do. You can call in what you want. I'll call in nothing with the key. We're gonna take the kid's car and drive around town and tell everybody you're not putting him down. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, look at what you do. You can call in what you want. I'll call in nothing but the... Yeah! Come on, baby.
Talking you sweet talk, darling, I can understand. Oh, my baby got hair that's as long as my right arm. You know you got a home, long as I got mine. Railroad steel. Wake up in the morning, ask me, Daddy, how you feel? No, my baby, I have long as my right arm. And you don't have to worry, you got a happy little home. To do. Well, you tell me pretty, baby, you trying to be so cool. Tell me pretty mama, try to play me for a fool. No more talking, fooling around with you. I'm gonna let you out, baby, that's what I have to do. Yeah. All right.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, citizens of Tampa. Tampa City Council now go to session for September 7th, 2021, 9 o'clock a.m. We'll have the invocation. Mr. Dingfield, I see you already downstairs, sir.
Way ahead of you, Mr. Chair.
All right, give us a little spiritual healing this morning, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, it's my pleasure to introduce Matt Blair from the Radiant Church in the Heights location to give us the invocation today. Matt is the location pastor for Radiant Church Heights of Tampa. He's originally from Wilmington, North Carolina, over there by the beach. Maybe he's a surfer originally, I don't know. And he moved to the Tampa Bay area in 2013 to plant a church in the new Tampa area. He's been married to his wife, Erin, for 17 years. They have 4 daughters and 1 2-year-old son who they adopted this past year. Matt has a passion for his family, serving his church, and playing golf. And at that height, I bet he's a long driver. Mr. Chairman, I introduce you Matt Blair, Radiant Church.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Let us pray. Almighty God, creator of the heavens and the earth, we thank you for your many blessings so evident to us today. We acknowledge that every good thing in our lives, in our state, and in our nation comes from you. You are a compassionate and loving God, and we are in awe of your favor that you have placed on us today. As we gather today, we pause to remember the men and women that have sacrificed so greatly for us to experience the freedom we have here in the United States. We ask that you would protect and comfort and strengthen those currently serving in our military at home and abroad. We also ask and pray for those who have been on the front lines during this global pandemic, our doctors, nurses, and first responders. We also pray for and thank you for our teachers, principals, administrators, and all of those on the front lines of our education system. And we pray continually for an end to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I also pray a blessing over the businesses represented today. We thank you that your word tells us that if we put you first, everything else will be added unto us. So I pray that you would be in the center of our businesses, our marriages, our families, and our finances. Would you bless these men and women in everything they do and constantly lead them in your purpose for their life. We pray for our city council. Pray that you would give them supernatural wisdom, put wise counselors around them, and let them lead our city in continual prosperity, protect their families, and give them such a joy during this season. And in closing, I pray a blessing from the Old Testament. May the Lord bless us and keep us. Let his face shine upon us and be gracious to us. May the Lord look upon us kindly and give us peace. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
which stands one nation under God,
and justice for all. Thank you so much, Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call.
Carlson, Maniscalco,
Here.
Dingfelder,
Here.
Citro,
Here.
Vieira,
Here.
Miranda,
Here.
and Goods.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Madam Clerk, please make for the record, Mr. Carlson did submit a memorandum of his absence today. He's at a conference. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and good morning, members of the Tampa City Council and the public. Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. This meeting of the Tampa City Council is being conducted with a live in-person quorum of the City Council present in City Council chambers. However, in light of the continuing COVID-19 government-issued health standards or guidance in effect, members of the public have the ability to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. The public and citizens of the City of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on cable TV channel 640 with Spectrum and Frontier channel 15, and live streaming on the internet at tampa.gov/livestream. Now, members of the public are able to participate by alternate methods other than in person, by sending comments on the internet or web, by comments by email, U.S. mail, and to speak remotely using CMT by pre-registering. And the instructions for doing that and the deadline for pre-registering is available at tampagov.net/City Council, one word. Now, for those individuals who don't have access to a communications media device or who wish to come down to Old City Hall, have the option of participating via communications media technology, which is made available to the public by the City of Tampa during this meeting here at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, and that is on the second floor. And please note that use of masks and social distancing inside the building are encouraged. Now, also the instructions to participate in land use and alcoholic beverage hearings, pre-registration is required for virtual, And again, those instructions are also available on the City Council's webpage. Now, Council, the written comments have been distributed to City Council, and I believe that concludes my remarks with the exception of one thing. On the GoToMeeting platform, those who are pre-registered, please do not use the chat box to communicate with City Council members. That is for technical concerns and issues only. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Do we need to move for the?
Oh, yes, a motion. Yes, please.
Second.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved it. Mr. Cesar, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, gentlemen, we'll go with the approval of the agenda. Mr. Dingfelder, are you still on the second floor, sir?
I am.
All right, please stay there. Once I go through the agenda, I'm going to need you to stay there to do the presentation for the ATU because we only have 4 here. We must continue with a quorum, sir.
Yes, sir,
So-
absolutely. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right, so
Chair.
let's go through the agenda, gentlemen. Mr. Shelby?
Mr. Chairman, you have an addendum in front of you. I believe there is a substitution on number 47. And I believe everything else is notated on the final agenda. Is there anything that we need to make note of, Madam Clerk?
No, that is it.
So if there is,
I believe on the consent, I believe when we get to item 26 through, I think, 42 will be in the, on the staff reports. And then at that particular time, we will approve all those. They're concurrent items, but I'd asked staff to come make a presentation regarding that program. I thought that was necessary.
so all those items will be pulled, 26 through 42, to be held for staff reports off the consent docket, and we'll take it up then?
Sir, 26 through 42, that's correct.
And now, do you want to review the staff reports for today?
Yes, sir, we will review them.
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, is there is no administrative update for number 62.
That is correct. All right, we'll go down one line by line. We know we want to hear from Chief Tripp on 63, so we'll know she'll need to be present on that. Item 64, that is the Parks Director, peer report. That's Mr. Carlson.
He's not present
He's
today.
not present. I don't want to continue. I think that can be heard, and that way he can view it. He's probably looking at it now, probably.
If I may say, Mr. Chair, yes, I'd like to hear this.
Yep. All right. Item 65, I know Mr. Vieira.
He's present online, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vieira, do you need her here for that, sir? I think that's,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is that on the jobs program?
yes, sir, that's on the Community Activist Program. I think that's necessary. The community can hear that.
I mean,
I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Yes, sir.
I want to hear it.
then I'll answer yes.
I think that's important for the community to know what we have available for young people.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to appear virtual. I've been sick the last 2 days, and I don't want to, you know how it is. But
We
thank you.
understand. That's why we closed circuit in here. I understand. All right, item 66. Anyone need to be, Mr. Miranda?
There is no written report on that one, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to hear that, please,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. 67. Mr. Dingfelder? I'm sure you want to hear that. Yeah, I think we need to hear that.
And Ms. Feely is prepared to
Yep,
present on that.
Mr. Dingfelder, you good with number 68 in reference to the report for Channel Side for Linda Salsina? I was briefed on that briefly.
Right, whenever you wish, we'll continue that item to January.
January, all right.
Move to second.
All right, item 67 and move
What
to
date is January?
13th.
January 13th, 2022. Second on that, please. Second by Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. January 13th, 2022. 69, we have to hear that from the Chief of Staff and myself, Mr. Shelby, so we will hear that. Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Mr. Maniscalco is moving, Mr. Miranda is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're open for business, gentlemen.
And that included the addendum?
Yes, sir. They'll include the addendum? All right, we'll go ATU. Since Mr. Defoe, you're at the podium, since I cannot be there, you make the presentations this morning for us, sir.
All right, 1 second. ATU. All right, you guys can just circle out here. Where's Kelly? Okay. Good morning again, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, sir.
So we'll get this moving. Every quarter we do the ATU, our General Employees Union. Is it Employee of the Month or Employee of the Quarter? Employee of the Month. We do it monthly. And Steve Simon is going to kick us off, and he'll introduce our HR Director, Kelly Austin, and then we'll present it to Ms. Kadisha Small.
Thank you, sir.
Steve Simon.
Thank you, Councilman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning, sir.
Council, and City of Tampa. I'm Steve Simon, President of ATU Local 1464, and I'm happy to be here this morning to introduce to you the ATU Employee of the Month, Ms. Kadisha Small. Kadisha is a personnel assistant, too, on the Human Resources Employee Relations team. She leads her team in processing Telestaff, Kronos, and Oracle transactions for nearly 1,200 employees in the Tampa Police Department and Tampa Fire Rescue. Kadisha sets the example for her team in terms of expertise, work ethic, and leadership. During the pandemic, she successfully trained 2 new employees, tracked emergency pay code use, and processed overtime forms for FEMA reimbursement. She also created tools and checklists to ensure the team completes tasks accurately and timely. Kadisha is highly knowledgeable in all aspects of balancing Kronos, time cards for payroll processing, ensuring all employees are paid accurately and on time. Employees compliment her high level of customer service, caring attitude, and ability to quickly resolve their HR payroll processes. Thank you for all you do and for the role you play in participating in keeping the City of Tampa running. And as a token of our appreciation, on behalf of ATU Local 1464, I'd like to present you with a $100 gift card.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Kelly Austin so she can say a few words, please.
Good morning, Council. Kelly Austin, Director of Human Resources and Talent Development. I am so excited to be here today so we can honor Kadisha. Kadisha represents everything that's right with human resources, everything that's right with the city. Kadisha is very, very quiet, very shy. I promised I would not embarrass her too much today, but Kadisha joined the city. She's not an extremely tenured employee, but she's got some service with the city, and in the short amount of time, she's made a very big impact on processes, procedures, how to make things better in HRM, as well as being dependable, reliable. If I had one fault for Kadisha, it would simply be that she does not recognize how incredibly amazing she is and what she does every day. I can't begin to tell you how many calls I get from law enforcement officers who say, oh, never mind, I talked to Kadisha and Kadisha took care of it for me. She recently elevated to a team lead in the HRM group, and that is demonstrating, the confidence that we have in her and the leadership ability that she has, and I'm just so thrilled that the ATU is recognizing her. We all appreciate Kadisha, all the HR team, very appreciative what everybody's been doing during these very difficult times, but I can't say enough about Kadisha, and thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning, Steve Michelini on behalf of a couple of the corporate citizens out there who would like to recognize Kadisha. One is from a Chicho's Restaurant Group. They're going to provide her with a $50 gift certificate so she can enjoy herself with breakfast, lunch, or dinner. On behalf of Yummy House China Bistro, they're providing her with a $50 gift certificate. On behalf of a new restaurant, Bella Brava in Midtown, they're going to provide her with a $50 gift certificate. And on behalf of Prestige Portraits, they're providing her with a complimentary portrait package for her and her family. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me go ahead and give the commendation, and Kadisha, come on up here. Hand that to Steve. Make him work a little. All right, Kadisha, I'm so honored to present this, and you've been with the city now since 2017 and obviously made a big impact, as indicated by Ms. Austin. So on behalf of Tampa City Council, we're proud to recognize you, Kadisha Small, the ATU Employee of the Month for your exceptional performance of duty as a personnel assistant too. And as Steve mentioned, since joining the HR Employee Relations team in 2017, you stepped into the role of team lead of 3 personnel assistants. Pretty impressive for such a young lady. Your team's responsible, I can't even pronounce these words, so I'm not going to try. Telestaff, Kronos, Oracle transactions for almost 1,200 employees in Tampa Police Department, Tampa Fire Rescue, our first responders. And especially during COVID, that's been a very, very difficult position. You successfully trained 2 new employees, tracked emergency pay code use, and processed overtime for FEMA reimbursements. You've got a lot on your plate, and we're proud to have you as a member of our team, a member of our City of Tampa workforce. It's with great pleasure that Tampa City Council presents this commendation to you, Kadisha Small, as the ATU Employee of the Month. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a picture in a minute.
Okay.
Councilman, if I may?
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that you also got a letter from Mayor Castor, and just a portion of it that I'll read, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay. You demonstrate a firm commitment to the city of Tampa, your department, and to our community, and you set a shining example for others to follow. It is employees like you, Kadisha, that make me proud to serve as mayor. Thank you for your dedication and service. Sincerely, Mayor Jane.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Say a few words, and council members probably have a few words.
Okay, so I'd like to thank everyone. I was not expecting this at all because I'm not a person to always expect any rewards or anything like that. So I was extremely surprised to get this honor today, and I'm grateful for all the kind words that everyone had to say about me, especially Ms. Kelly. Of course, I didn't know all that was happening, what she stated, with everyone calling her, and I'm just, glad, and I'm blown away by, everything and being recognized and all the kind words that everyone had to say about me. So I really, truly, truly appreciate this right now. Thank you.
That's awesome. Kadisha, I just wanted to say one thing is when Steve was reading the things that you do and Kelly was saying the nice words, I'll tell you what, the biggest compliment I think you can have, not only from Ms. Kelly, but also from your peers, because I was looking behind, and they're all here, and they all are shaking their head up and down, and they are right now again. Anyway, Mr. Chair, carry on.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vera, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Congratulations for this great award. We began as a council to honor ATU members because the work that you all do is so very important, and your job is a real reflection of that. And you go along with it, as Kelly and Steve and others talked about, and as Councilman Dingfelder and others talked about, in a way that is one of humility, but just aggressive hard work for the city of Tampa. So just know that we appreciate you, we appreciate your family, and today is just one day where we set aside to honor you and your work and so many others. So thank you, ma'am, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Maniscalco, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, Mr. Simon, it's always good to see you here at City Hall. Thank you for your leadership, you and your entire team. But our director, Kelly Austin, I think said it all. You represent everything that is good about the department, about human resources. Your dedication to the city, your dedication to our community, to our thousands of employees. You deserve recognition every day. And I know that, and I think I can speak for all the council members that we appreciate what you do, what all of our employees do. And this is very much well-deserved. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Citro, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam. I often say that we who work for the city of Tampa are family. And I want to thank you very much for being an important part of this family of all the employees for the city of Tampa. And congratulate you on your hard work and congratulate you on this award. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ranning, recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here and witness what I'm seeing in just a short 4 years, what you've done, and compliment you. And behind you, there's 10 other employees, along with Ms. Kelly, and of course, the leader of, I believe, is Amalgamated Transit Union 1064, who has done an outstanding job, Mr. Simons. Thank you for the work you've done and the work you're going to continue to do the rest of your career with the city of Tampa. And I think that, like Mr. Citro said, it's more than family. It's about helping each other on every work day to make sure that all of us get through whatever problems we may have aside from being employed by the city. And we've fallen on hard times, not because of what we do, but because of viruses and economic situations and things that we have no control over. And I just want to say thank you personally on behalf of myself and over 400,000 individuals that live in the city of Tampa, wonderful citizens. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dingfelder, you talked about Kronos and tell us that system came on, I think, the end of 2014, starting in about 2015. That's how folks get their pay, take time off, vacations, calendars, and so forth and so on. So that's what that system's all about. So if that young lady's working that system for that many people, I know she's got a heck of a job. She's trying to get that work done for payroll and get it done for everyone to get their pay. But it's good to see young people who are striving, young people who have a smile on their face. I can tell by, even though that mask is on, I can tell she's a joyful, cheerful young lady, and she brings that aura into the room. So that's why she's recognized today, because she brings a spirit of joyfulness, a spirit of a work ethic, and we appreciate that. And again, I really appreciate that she's really working hard for this city. So again, thank you very much, young lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll move on to item number 2. Mr. Vieira's here, Mr. Maniscalco's here. We have to wait. Yeah, item number 1. Yes, item number 1.
Are there going to be people on 2? If we could just have the second floor on the monitors, please. There we go. Thank you.
Good morning. Would that be the Planning Commission's information item, at number 2, or?
No, we're going to item number 1 right now, so you just hold tight. We have to make a little change because we have to keep a quorum and wait for Mr. Dingfelder to come up so Mr. Maniscalco can go down.
No, noted. Thank you very much.
Sing the Four Seasons.
I'll sing bass.
No joke. You know, that's why we last so long. One of the items.
What's that?
Mr. Maniscalco, if you want...
Jabbar?
Jabbar.
Madam Clerk, could we take roll again when Mr. Maniscalco leaves, so at least...
Real name.
Why don't we do that?
Joe Lowe's real name.
We're going to lose the quorum just to
Yes,
speed up
yes.
time. Is that okay, Mr. Chairman?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Just tell him, please ask him to come back.
Substitution on the fly.
Morning, sir. Morning. I see Lisa down there.
Roll call, please.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Carlson, Maniscalco, Dingfelder, Citro,
Yes.
Vieira,
Here.
Miranda,
Here.
and Good.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Maniscalco, you're up, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and my colleagues here at the Tampa City Council. It's my honor this morning, if y'all want to come on up. We have this Tampa City Council commendation to present to the Arthritis Foundation. And arthritis is something that affects many of us, or family members or people that we know, and it's something that we understand is very, very serious. So we appreciate everything that the Arthritis Foundation does. And we're here today because October 12th is World Arthritis Awareness Day. Well, it's national, but I've read it as both world or, but the awareness is there and the message is shared. I have a group of individuals with me that I'd like to present this to, so I'll read from the commendation. The Tampa City Council is honored to recognize the Arthritis Foundation of Tampa Bay, which will be celebrating National Arthritis Awareness Day on October 12th. The Arthritis Foundation was established in 1948 and provides support and resources to the over 54 million Americans that suffer from the disease. Arthritis is a leading cause of disability in the country and accounts for billions of dollars in lost productivity each year. Arthritis has been associated to be an elderly person's disease, but that is not the case. More than 300,000 children suffer from various forms of arthritis. The Arthritis Foundation not only funds research that is working towards better treatment options and an eventual cure, but they have programs for adults, children, and their families to help them better live with the disease. We are so grateful and appreciative for your valiant efforts on this worthwhile cause, and it is the Tampa City Council's profound honor and privilege to present the Arthritis Foundation of Tampa Bay with this commendation on the 7th day of October, 2021. Congratulations. If you'd like to say anything.
I would love to. Thank you so much. So I just want to thank Councilman Maniscalco for helping us raise awareness. My name is Tracy Korn, and I'm the Advocacy Chair for the Arthritis Foundation of Tampa Bay, and I'm also the mother of 2 daughters with arthritis. And we have some members of our board with us. We have Dr. Gina Schell. She's our board director with us. Amy Busquet, professor from HCC, board member. We have Brianna Reeves, board member, Kelly McCarthy, and Stephen Korn, all active in the Arthritis Foundation. And yes, as the councilman mentioned, arthritis does affect millions of Americans, and the 300,000 children that are affected by arthritis, the disease is especially cruel to them. So we really appreciate raising awareness ahead of National Arthritis Day. The Arthritis Foundation has many programs available to the residents of Tampa Bay to help you live with the disease, and resources that can help you live your best life. So just if you go to arthritis.org, there's a lot of information there. And again, thank you for raising awareness that arthritis is not just an old person's disease. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vieira, anything, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilman Maniscalco, for bringing this forward. It's so funny because I think Chairman Goods once said this, which is you don't know what you don't know until you know it. And, a lot of times people don't think about issues like arthritis. And like you said, ma'am, a lot of folks think of it as something for senior citizens, but it's not. And there's so many different conditions out there that affect so many families, from arthritis to cancer, all sorts of types of cancer, HIV, AIDS, etc. Things that you may not think about, obviously intellectual disabilities, things that you may not think about until it happens to you or a loved one. So that's why it's so important to have people like Councilman Maniscalco and others bring forth these issues of awareness so that we can all become more knowledgeable and empathetic. So thank you so much for beating that drum today, because it's such an important drum, especially, ma'am, for your children and for others like them. And thank you for sharing your story, as I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Citro, recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to your group for bringing the attention to our attention this devastating and horrible disease. We really do need to look at the children that are affected by this and how it affects their lives, and how maybe we can help better their lives. Hopefully, with the awareness that you bring not only to the City Council and the citizens of Tampa and this country, that we will be able to find a cure or a treatment, better treatment for this terrible, terrible disease. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Citro said it very well. The awareness is really critical on all these types of matters, and as volunteers, we appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much.
Randall?
Thank you very much. Arthritis is no one wants it, but a lot of us get it. There's different forms of arthritis, as we all know, and it's something that's got to be recognized. I know we made many strides lately in medicine to at least help healing of the pain that you have, but I think we're getting closer and closer every day to find out what the real problems are. Thank you very much for working and making sure that these days and these deadly, sometimes inhabitable pain that you have from having arthritis are not acceptable, and that we're making strides to cure it. Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. Maniscalco, thank you for bringing this presentation forward and letting the community be aware that there is a foundation that can help for information. We thank you, ladies, for the work that you're doing, and I know you will continue to do so. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll go to item number 2.
Good morning, this is Yasser Gonzalez, Planning Commission, Manager of Economics, Demographics and Research. We're here to present on the Tampa redistricting effort that's going to be taking place next year, starting now. So may I share my screen, please?
All right, we can get it blown up.
Can you see my screen
We
okay?
we can get it blown up a little bit. We can see it. All right.
There we go. How about that?
We have it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So once again, good morning. We're happy to be here. And once again, every 4 years we do this exercise of where we look at the boundaries of the council districts, the 4 individual member council districts, and we do some tweaking in order to make sure that the populations in these council districts by law is supposed to be as equal as possible. That's what we do. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Why do we do this? What are the rules that we follow? What is the process that we're going to be following? That's what we're going to be describing here very briefly. First of all, it is required by law, both in Florida's laws, Chapter 86-404, and also by the Tampa City Charter. And again, required to do every 4 years. Last time we were in front of you with this item was 2017. And again, as many of you already know, the next election is March 7th, 2023, and we are fully confident that the new boundaries will be in place well before that. Now, the Planning Commission recommends and approves a redistricting plan, a redistricting version. There are 4. I'm going to show you the different 4 alternatives that we prepare. The Supervisor of Elections will do a proclamation of this boundaries, and of course we're going to come back to you sometime this summer, we hope, with the final boundaries that the Planning Commission has selected. Requirements per your city charter: we have 2 public hearings that the Planning Commission does. We are going to respect the integrity of the precinct boundaries, so we're moving entire precincts. We are looking for compact and contiguous districts. And again, we're trying to equate the population, the total population of the districts, single member districts. Again, just a reminder, this is the classical gerrymander throwing. We're trying to avoid gerrymandering, like we've been doing for many times before. We have a long tradition of developing districts, for the city of Tampa, and again, while observing completeness, compactness, and contiguity. Other considerations, there's been a lot of hubbub, because as the state is going through the districting, the council, the county is going through the districting, some elected officials are being redistricted out of the office, in a sense. They have to move districts, especially in Congress. This is not happening in the city. So just, that's something that we have respected and we continue to respect. We also do a conservative approach. We're trying to move as little amount of people as possible. We don't want to impact people's lives, or make wild swings. And again, we're just minimizing negative impacts. Again, very important to stress that the standard is total population, no voting age population, it's no population by race, and that per the city charter, we are doing we're using the Census 2020, which is the latest available census count as of now.
IT, excuse me, sir. IT, can you give a little value for the council members? We're having a hard time hearing him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. I couldn't hardly hear what he was saying. Try it again, sir. Go ahead. You may continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So the range is what we use to assess how far apart the districts in terms of population are. And right now, as you see, the range is around 5.6%. We're trying to lower that to less than 5. So this, again, because we do this every 4 years, we are not, we don't have to do a lot of movements. It's not a dramatic shift. As you can see here, again, 5.57, that's the status quo or current conditions. And each alternative of the 4, as you can see at the bottom there, reduces that range, that difference between the most populous to the least populous district to less than 5. Again, alternatives, we are reducing to less than 5, moving precincts from the highly or most populous districts to the least populated districts. And as you know, the city has a very peculiar form. It goes north to south, and it doesn't have a lot of room. So it's only a finite number of moves that we can do from districts. And there are legal and physical limitations as well. So again, only proposing 4 alternatives, and we're trying to be as conservative as possible. Very important concerns throughout the years in Council District 5. The African American voters are going to be at least 50%, so we're maintaining that through the 4 alternatives. And also in Council District 6, the Hispanic voters will be at least 24%. So again, although we are using total population as the measure for equality in terms of like equal population, we are also observing. We can walk and chew gum, right? So we're observing that again, that these 2 principles remain valid through the 4 alternatives. Key dates, again, right now we're meeting individually. We've met with Councilman Vieira, we met with Councilman Maniscalco. We're hoping to have more meetings with the rest of you, those that are interested. And again, we're just gonna, they're very brief meetings. We're just gonna go over and we answer your questions, questions that you may have now or may think of later. And again, per the city charter, no later than June 2022, we must come, the commission must approve these districts and then forward to the Supervisor of Elections for proclamation, and no later than November 1st, which we plan to be here way before that. We will come back to you with that information item letting you know about the boundaries and about what's being proclaimed. So how does the public get involved? First of all, there are 10 meetings and spread the word. Also, you can, there's a comment form, and it's also an email information. They can contact me directly and say, hey, we have concerns about this alternative, or we like this alternative, things like that. We're just trying to see what the preferences out there. And also, they can speak during our 2 public hearings for the Planning Commission. We're also thinking of, as per custom, as usual, we are going to be going out next year. We're trying to get, let the county and the districting process to play stuff out first. So next year, early next year, we're going to go and, and try to invite the public to, we have at least 4 public in-person meetings scheduled and at least 2 Zoom meetings, during the weekend for people that work or that cannot make it through the weekdays. So again, it's going to be like open houses. You're going to come in and look at the maps and we can answer the questions. We also, before that, we're going to be talking to, the NAACP, we're hoping, and the Hispanic Services Council. We're going to be reaching out to them and saying, hey, we're available to go to your meeting and talk about this if there's something that you think would be interesting to your membership. So, we've done this in the past, we'll continue to do this now. Also, the November and December, we're not going to do that much, heavy activity. It will be January when we start hitting the ground running, making sure that, getting everybody excited about this. Again, the Planning Commission recommends and approves. We're going to be hosting meetings, public meetings, open houses, those are January, starting in January. We're going to hold 2 public hearings and we'll be able to have an alternative approved by June 10th. No retrogradation in any of the proposed alternatives. And again, as you already know, citywide elections March 7th, 2023, we will have new boundaries way before then. This is my primary contact information. Again, whether you have questions, whether you know of a group that may benefit from this information, and from us talking to them individually, we're happy to hear from them. And again, if you'd like to, talk to us like Councilman Vieira and Councilman Maniscalco have already done, please contact us. And we have our website, which again, for the first time now, it's also both in English and Spanish. So, we're really proud of the work that we've been doing out there trying to, we're going to have a newsletter article coming out. Again, we're going to come in full force as it develops. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Any questions on this?
Any questions for the gentleman? Any questions for the gentleman? All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Latimer, you're up, sir. Morning.
Good morning. Just here to support the process.
All right, any questions, Mr. Latimer?
Just a comment.
Mr. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today from the Planning Commission. We appreciate your comprehensive presentation. This is a very important process that we do every decade, and I look forward to meeting with you personally to go through these alternatives and hopefully perhaps attend some of the public sessions as well. But I just want to stress to the community that to get involved in this, to go on the Planning Commission's website, to be able to see these map alternatives and attend the Q&A sessions as they become available in the different districts around town. So again, thank you to both of you for this important task.
Now, just a point of interest there, this is done every 4 years by the charter. It's done before every city election every 4 years, which should be a model for the rest of the county and the country, quite frankly.
Thank you, Craig. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was like Congress, I guess, every 10 years or something. All right.
And Mr. Chair, may I?
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. No, and I just wanted to say I appreciate the work that the Planning Commission and supervisor and everybody does. I really do, and salute the process that we in the city of Tampa have here, all toot our horn for it, which is that we have an outside agency do this, which I think is the proper way. I think, and I don't care if the Republicans or the Democrats control the body. I don't care. An outside body should do it for everything. And I just think that the way we do it here in the city of Tampa is the proper way, because it's got to be done in a professional, non-political way. I don't care if it's Congress or the school board or wherever, it ought to be done that way. So I just wanted to salute the process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Brennan, recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Senor Gonzalez and Mr. Latimer, the best supervisor of election, I think, maybe in the country. And you gentlemen have done, and ladies and gentlemen in your division have done a fantastic job. I think it will be, if I read this thing correctly, my memory is about 3.2 to a little less than 5% shift in the districts. It's very minor precincts, not the whole majority, just 1 or 2 or 3 precincts shift that makes the operation thing run. We certainly, under Mr. Latimer's leadership, have always done within the law. And, just let me say this, a little editorial. It's really a shame that we don't go vote. When I first started in this opportunity as a council member, and I want to thank the public for getting me there back in the 70s, we had a higher percentage of voters compared to the population that we have now. We have more population and less percent of voters going out. And let me tell you another thing also. At that time, in order for you to vote absentee, there was only 2 ways you got an absentee. If you were in the hospital or you were out of the country, way back in the 70s. Now you can register and get your vote by mail and mail it back. And even then, we have a lower population voting than we did before. I'm ashamed of us, all of us, for not doing the rights of the people that died for us in those wars, that committed all the effort that people have given their lives for, and we still don't go out and vote. We got to wake up, and it makes no difference to me you're a Democrat or Republican or whatever population you think and how you vote. Go out and vote, and it's the only thing we have left in democracy. However, that being said, I will fight like hell if they want to take that right away from the citizens for whatever reason. You have the right to vote. You have the right to drop it in the mail. And at that time, way back in the 70s, they would mail you the application to vote, the ballot, but you had to put the stamp on it and send it back. Even now, when they pay the postage both ways, we still sit home and then complain. Don't complain unless you go out to vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman Miranda. Words well said. Things change, and now we have a major speed bump within our elective process. It's called Senate Bill 90, and I had a sidebar conversation with Mr. Latimer about that. But Mr. Latimer, thank you for this work. Thank you for your continued success. The best supervisor of elections in the state. Thank you, my friend. And I look forward to meeting with you and your associate here to talk about this. Thank you very much.
Well, all comments taken very well. You know, the supervisor election runs very well. The old sheriff captain has a handle on how to get things moving. We appreciate it. But let me just say this, especially to my communities. See, don't complain about the disease if you don't want the cure. Don't complain about the disease if you don't want the cure. Don't complain about we don't do this, we don't get that. If you're not voting, how are you exercising your rights to get what you want to get? We have to vote. Simple, simple, simple. A ballot to send back in. Mr. Miranda said it. You don't have to put a stamp on it. It's free. So I would just say thank you, gentlemen, for being here and giving us some information, and we look to seeing from you soon. Mr. Gonzalez, hope you will contact my office so we can set an appointment to talk about the boundaries at a future date, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. All right.
Thank you very much.
We'll go on to public comment. Let me get the first speaker up. How many do we have down there this morning, sir?
We have 5 today.
Thank you, sir. 5, sir. Thank you, sir. Ms. Sanchez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sandy Sanchez. I live at 2705 West Fig Street in the Armory Gardens community. First, let me thank you for your unanimous support of the Villa Brothers Park. But I am here to ask for your help in getting consistent information from the City Planning Department. I had sent each of you a copy of the issues, as I knew 3 minutes could not cover the item that is frustrating my community. I'm here to ask you to help in getting answers to a request I have made to City Planning and the Zoning Department to explain why a design exception that was denied on September 9th was miraculously approved 3 days later. The Armory Gardens community wants to know why this developer continues to be rewarded by the city for ignoring the West Tampa overlay and putting the safety of our community in jeopardy. This is the third home in the last 4 months that the builder has been given a pass to build whatever he wants, disregarding city ordinance, and that is just in one community. The community has asked the planning department to reconsider their decision and go back to the original decision to deny, and they have said no. Do you know that the design exceptions do not require public neighborhood notices by either letter or yard placard? The neighborhood has to keep up with monthly core publications from the planning department to protect the neighborhood from the developers and the city planning department. I'm not here to ask you to debate the decision, but the process. I'm here to ask for your help in getting clear and precise answers as to why this developer is so privileged as to be able to build whatever he wants and the city ordinance be damned. In the meantime, we have asked the zoning department for a clear definition of an alley that is inaccessible. I doubt if overgrown weeds are part of that definition. So again, we ask why this decision was changed and how we as a community can defend ourselves against the city's planning department and the developers that ignore the guidelines. Are there any questions or comments?
Well, having heard what Mr. Chairman.
You recognize.
What Ms. Sanchez has said and the frustration, what would be the correct process? Perhaps under new business, ask from somebody from that department to bring us clarification as to, if we have ordinances and rules in place, why people are, from what has been said, people are skirting by these rules and getting approvals which may or may not, be right, by our code and by our
I
rules.
believe I made a motion a while ago in reference to them come back to us in reference to those type of situations.
Okay.
How there are denials, and then all of a sudden they change and we don't know or it's been approved to go through. So I think that's supposed to be coming back soon, but I did make a motion about that maybe a couple of months ago.
Okay.
I'll confirm that, but we should know by new business.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sanchez, thank you for being here and taking up your time for your fine neighborhood association. However, what are we going to ask? You haven't brought the specific remarks about who's the developer and what was it that was violated. For us to call the department and say, let me know what it is, and I appreciate that you came and spoke to it, but you got to tell us what it was that they overturned without us knowing, so we can tell them what's going on and find out what the reason was.
Mr. Miranda, I sent you all an email detailing the description of this. I chose not to use the developer's name publicly because I don't want to defame him. I don't think that's fair. The issue is simple. The developer asked for denial because the alley was blocked. It was inaccessible. In the meantime, the city came through with a riding lawnmower and a machete and cleared the alley. I drove through the alley with my Honda Pilot, which is not a small car. I called zoning department. I also sent in pictures. They sent somebody in from the department, I believe it was urban design. He drove through the alley. He went back and denied the claim, the petitioner, sent out a letter, and 3 days later, he had a permit to build. That's the issue.
Okay, now we have something to go on. Thank you.
Mr. Dingfeld, recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Yeah, I've got the email in front of me, and Mr. Maniscalco, I guess later on when we do new business and you bring up that motion, which I think is an appropriate motion tailored to this West Tampa issue. It might be duplicative of what Mr. Chairman was talking about, but we can deal with that. And then the other point that I think we need to raise, Guido, is notice. I think Ms. Sanchez brought up a very good point, and I've heard this from Fan and other neighborhoods in regard to design exceptions. Several years ago, this council delegated a lot of its zoning responsibility to staff through the design exception process. And it actually is a little bit of a surprise to me, and I apologize. I wasn't here, I don't think, when we did that, but that notice, mailed notice and posting is not part of that process. Because I do believe that even in a design exception, the neighborhood has a right to participate, but that right is kind of meaningless if we don't have good notice and posting. So I think we'll get legal. We'll tag on to your motion later, Guido, and we'll get legal to explore expanded notice, I think. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
The other issue is when you do go to the publication on CORE, and like I said, it is sent to all community leaders to be able to review, but it's an abbreviated request. In other words, this said alley access, but he also had complained that he was the only one on that block that would have the alley access, and he is correct. He is the first developer that has demolished one of our quaint bungalows. So of course, there's not alley access for the older homes. But had he looked across the street, he would have noticed that all of the homes across the street, even if they have a driveway, they all have alley access. They use the alley because the driveways are too short. So it's all part of the whole picture.
Ms. Sanchez,
Yes.
I don't mean to cut you off, but normally during public comment, we don't really ask questions, but because this is a situation dealing with some zoning issues. That's why some of the councilmen chimed in. Some other cut you off at this time. Mr. Maniscalco is going to make a motion a little bit later on to get more information. And at that time, we probably, councilmen will probably reach out to you. But we thank you for your comments.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. You state your name, ma'am. You can begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Serwaka, and I have been a resident of Luce for the past 25 years. It has been wonderful to watch my community grow in so many ways in that time. USF has a football team. Tampa has championship hockey, soccer, football, and soon to be baseball. Go Rays. I watch these things that have gone from an idea to a reality to champions. Our downtown waterfront area has grown and become a beautiful outdoor space for both our community and our visitors. Oh, how we have grown. Unfortunately, what has not changed over these 25 years are the opportunities afforded to women to serve our community as firefighters. Becoming a firefighter is a tough path for anyone to pursue, but once achieved, the hurdles for women are that much harder than they are for men. There are very few women firefighters in Tampa Bay, which makes it difficult for women firefighters to feel like they're part of the team. While it may be difficult to change the masculine culture of firefighting, right now, our Tampa City Council can change the structure in which women firefighters live while they are housed with their colleagues. One, we can support women firefighters by having either separate bathrooms or single-use bathrooms within the next 5 years, because it's been a long time coming. Two, we can establish rules that accommodate women firefighters who are pregnant. Women firefighters need accommodations that enable them to be pregnant safely. This means that they should be able to do their shift while protecting themselves and their unborn child, while keeping the schedule that they've already established. They shouldn't be separated from their team because they're pregnant, and they shouldn't be asked to do different jobs than they normally would. We can accommodate our firefighter mothers. Mother firefighters need to be able to breastfeed their children, and they need to be able to pump in a private place. We need to make this available for them, as doctors will tell you that breast milk is the best way and the most nutritious way to feed your child. These are very few but important accommodations that will send a clear message to young women and girls within our Tampa Bay community that firefighters welcome their talents. When more young girls and women see the commitment from our community that accommodates the needs of both men and women, then more young women will embrace firefighting as a career. The entire Tampa Bay community benefits with the special talents, skills,
Thank you,
and
ma'am, for your
insights
comments.
that
Thank you.
both women and men bring to the team.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any questions about when we might get bathrooms or privacy while breastfeeding?
I think the chief is going to talk about that item later on this afternoon.
Oh, I look forward to it. Thank you so
We
very
appreciate-
much for your time.
We appreciate your input. Thank you.
State your name. You may begin speaking.
Tanya Vidovic. I'm here in relation to item number 63, and I do want to point out that we can know that we can amend contracts even today agenda item number 21 is amending the union contract. So I came here during the last meeting where this was going to be discussed, and I guess it got put onto this one, to speak about 10 different items, which I emailed you all on. I wanted to go into more detail with them, and I look forward to hearing what the chief has to say, and hopefully she makes plans to do all of these things. Again, I don't know what her report will say, but I want to reiterate the need for a 5-year plan to add women's bathrooms to all the stations that do not have them, and all new stations be moving forward to be single user. This is not a new request. I've been making this request for 12 years through 3 different fire chiefs and 4 different administrations. It is an issue. When I was pregnant, I was locked out of bathrooms for 2+ hours, and the only bathroom that I was then permitted to use was inside of my captain's private bedroom, which was very uncomfortable, and I was often denied access. So luckily I'm not with that captain anymore, but somebody is. So I want to make sure that it's available. And also I would like to bring up that almost $100,000 in flooring was just installed this past month at Station 1. That's not even including the new paint that the entire floor is getting. So, not that there's anything the matter with cosmetics, but what I'm hearing is flooring is more important than women. Women have been on the job with Tampa Fire Rescue for 43 years. And again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the department. This is me, myself, coming in and speaking. But we've been on the job for 43 years. It's time for us to have bathrooms. When we have $100,000 in budgets for driveways and none for women's bathrooms, for landscaping, for exercise equipment, I'm hearing that all those things are more important. It's time that we get bathrooms. Mental health sick days that are non-penalized is extremely important right now, and I'm sure all of you know why. With depression and suicide and PTSD being increased, especially in the fire department, because of the trauma that we see, we need access. We need more than just Dr. Wood making recommendations to a bunch of therapists that either don't know anything about fire rescue or police, or they are not taking new patients, or they're not even in network. So we really need to do better on that. Women's specific gear, including turnout gear, Globe makes women's gear. The gear that was measured for me, the neck went above my eyes, so now I'm in used, almost expired gear. The pocket is covered by the SCBA. The SPA doesn't cinch all the way tight, so all the weight is on the shoulder. If there's women's specific gear out there, we should be using it.
I'm going to cut you off, ma'am, because Mr. Dingfield has a question. We have a tight schedule. Mr. Dingfield, you recognize?
Yeah, no, I actually apologize. I didn't have a question. I did want to thank Ms. Vidovic for her service and for bringing these important issues up to council and the city. I think that and we'll get into this when we get to item, 63?
63, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that discussion more, but while you're here, I just did want to recognize you for your valuable service to the fire department and to the city. It's sort of hard to believe that here we are in 2021, we have a female mayor, we have a female fire chief, we have women who run probably more than half the major departments in the city. There was an article about that in the newspaper, and they all do a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Much better than guys, I'm sure. But anyway, but the bottom line is it's ridiculous that we haven't equipped our fire stations to address these issues. And then there are other important issues, Ms. Vidovic, that I know that you want to address. But we're going to talk about it at 63, and we're going to stay on it because it's extremely important and it's way overdue.
Okay, I appreciate it. I emailed every single one of you the copy of my 10 most important items that I think need to be addressed right away. I look forward to hearing the chief's report, and I'm hoping that you all can come to a compromise to get all this accomplished.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, I am Sovereign Despot King Johnny Bernard Booth. I am the main government of all governments throughout the entire globe. I'm here to present this. Sovereign Worldwide Global American Kingdom, capital / global headquarters, Tampania, Tampa, Tampa Bay. Worldwide forces. Visa report already in United Nations. Blue campaign in human trafficking now. Blue star in corrupted corporation now. For the word state, deep state, implies modern day enslavement and practice carrying out Jim Crow policy, fraudulent El Stapo, de facto law, false law. On this, you see, this is a request for release out of state identification card, which is a card that is bonding and slaving card. I hereby invoke all individuals' sovereignty entitlements. This is not a privilege, this is an entitlement, meaning that has to be done because it is done by law. As you see with this form right here, it says to whom it may concern when giving authorization, King Despot Johnny Booth. Now, as I wrote on this letter confirms the below listed person's homeless, houseless, residence living status as determined by sleeping in a place not meant for home, human habitation such as car parks, abandoned buildings, streets, sidewalks, renting, leasing, debtor as of today's date. This is not a voucher. There is no cash value. Name all citizens, members, residents, travelers, employees, persons, personnel. Act of human trafficking, disrupting government. That is this under Florida statute, state statute. Meaning that anytime they continue to try to use a statute, they are committing human trafficking. Actually, we have everything signed off correctly. And my signature, over here is Sovereign Authority, Global American Homeland Security, Chief Commander, Official President, Mayor, Despot, Most High Living Entity, Judge, Priest, Shaman, Chief, King, Main True Living Government, Law Enforcement, First Responder, Security Creditor, Sole Giver, Lawful, Law, Currency, All Positive, Live Agent. And as you see, I signed off with my initials, I am King.
Thank you, sir.
Universal
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, he knows that Mary Jane is an imposter, not no real mayor. State. Yeah, just for 2 forms of identification and the proof of universal health care and everything. Thank you. All right, plus $200 an hour. Minimum wage. All right. Yes, sir.
Uhuru. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. We say we as African people should always be thinking about our freedom. I want to heard this thing this morning on the voting and redistricting and doing what they're doing, and the politicians say they feel disappointed by the people not participating from the 70s to right now to District 5. Councilman Goulds mentioned District 5 in particular, and people not voting and what they shouldn't speak if whatever. But politicians are like entertainers. Hey, can they hold my time, and if they can hold the noise down outside, please?
Could the person in charge on the crowd down back there so the speaker can speak, please?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I'd also heard a comment from somebody saying that there's sometimes difficulty this morning hearing from the speakers on the second floor from the screens. So if whoever can do that, CTTV can adjust that volume so that people can hear clearly, and that way they won't, maybe over.
Okay, Mr. Batista, you can continue, sir.
If they can hold my time, it's interesting. People come to a meeting to be involved in a meeting, and then they watch what people wear and what they say, but they can't control the meeting. There's something wrong with that process. There's something absolutely positively wrong with that process. But the fact of the matter is, as getting back on my time, politicians are like entertainers. They're like little children who like attention. And they like any kind of attention. That's why they tell you to vote, go out and vote. But it's your right not to vote. So what's the big deal? Okay? And any African person voting, listen to me carefully, any black person voting is a damn fool. Any black person participating in that voting process is a fool, because what you're doing is you're legitimizing your oppression. You're legitimizing your oppression. We don't need to vote. We need to overturn this system. We need to overturn this garbage system. Our city council representative from District 5 sit there and say whatsoever you want to say. And y'all name call African people and put us down in the worst way you possibly can. Say we got poverty mentality. We got other things. We got black and black crime, which is white induced crime, and they don't say hold the gun manufacturers available or accountable or anything of that. You understand? They say all kind of nasty things about African people because it's African hatred. It's black hatred. 621 years of free labor and free resources. 621 years of free labor and free resources. Then they tell us pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. They don't talk about reparations. They don't talk about we're 26% of this population and we need 26% of the business and the government action that comes through this city. No, they don't talk about that. They talk about hating on African people. It's a certain kind of hate they have for the black skin. It's a certain kind of hate they have for it. And this have to end. And the 6 white people that's sitting up there, it have to end. And people can't even detect racism. It's a man just got up here that's talking about voting and talking about redistricting, and you can hardly even understand the man. He speaks very, very, very little English. But the fact of the matter is, every word on the teleprompter is actually correct. Why is that? Because they don't spend any money. When black people get up here and speak, 30% of the words, it's not being transferred correctly. Why is that? Because they don't spend any money in the equipment. It's just like the facial recognition. It's a, hey, don't recognize black people. They don't spend any money on us. And this is what politicians want us to vote for. We don't have to vote for that, people. You don't have to feel demoralized. You don't have to feel demoralized. You don't have to feel put down. You don't have to feel less that you're black because you're African. Feel proud and be black and proud. Plain and simple. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How many more speakers we have, sir?
That's the final speaker for this morning.
That was the last speaker? All right, thank you, sir. How many registered speakers we have? All right, let's get them going.
Good morning, Chair. The
Morning.
first speaker is going to be Stephanie Pointer. Stephanie, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, gentlemen. I'm happy to say that I'm here to support something in our community. That's never happened before. Number 59, I support the vacation of Rembrandt Street to safely expand the campus of Robinson High School. We're getting 4,877 apartments. We know we're getting more than that, but those are my numbers. And we're going to need the space. Besides, we don't want Hillsborough County to try and sell the lot that is south of Rembrandt. We want it to be part of the high school.
Mr. Chairman,
Sean Brown-
Ms. Pointer, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Stephanie, hold up 1 second.
Ms. Pointer, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Respectfully, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Number 59 is a public hearing, and the items set for public hearing get taken up at that time, not during general public comment, because it's quasi-judicial.
Woohoo! Well, can I come back then? I did sign up for it,
Sure,
but I have something else to say.
sure. I'm sorry to
Okay,
interrupt. Thank you.
I'll leave that for later. While I'm here, I want to support the continued use of CMT, not just for public comment, but for city staff. There's a huge increase in productivity because of this. While I love to see you all in person, not everyone has a flexible schedule to sit downtown all day to speak for 3 minutes about something that impacts their community, neighborhood, or personal home. Please take a little note from the VRB and start bringing speakers upstairs in small groups in order to speak. It is loud downstairs, and it's very distracting when you're trying to speak. If you look at the VRB, you don't even have to pay any attention. Just fast forward through a VRB meeting, and they bring them up in small groups as their assignment comes up. And last but not least, I 100% support Sandy Sanchez in all of her statements. The CARES newsletter comes late in the month. This month, it came on the 4th. But I have received it as late as the 22nd of the month. They've gotten better. But if you check out the document, it doesn't say when many of these items are heard. For example, this month, there are 8 pages of notification. 5 of those pages have no dates on them. So when am I supposed to be somewhere? When am I supposed to say something? I've asked to be included on this email on a half a dozen different occasions. I still did not receive it this month. Ms. Sanchez sent it to me. Last night, I spent quite a bit of time sharing the information from the CARES newsletters with neighborhood leaders. From their replies, it's extremely obvious that they're not receiving it either. Why have a document? Why is everything hidden? Why do we have to search out the answers? That's what I want to know. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The next speaker is going to be Carol Ann Bennett. Carol, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm up in rural Georgia, so my reception's pretty bad. I hope you guys can hear me. Just quickly, I want to say that, echo what Stephanie said about CMT. It's an excellent resource. It makes it so much easier for people to participate. For instance, like I said, right now I'm in rural Georgia, and I think it makes it a lot easier for staff. They get a lot more work done. But I do want to say that for the in-person part, I would like for y'all to study how the VRB does it. We spoke recently to the VRB, and their method worked extremely well. It was very efficient, and I think it was better. So a combination of in-person like the VRB does it and a continuation of CMT, I think would be the best of both worlds. The other thing I heard Mr. Shelby say to comment on Robinson High School later. I'll try to do that. The other thing I want to talk about is the El Prado Complete Streets. I just can't even tell you how excited I am about this and how, you know, the neighborhood is excited about this. This is a wonderful, wonderful idea. And El Prado has a lot less traffic than Euclid. It also has a lot more shade. And making this a complete street, it'd just be a beautiful thing. And I urge you guys to all vote yes for it. I guess that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is going to be Michael Randolph. Michael, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak before the City Council. My name is Michael Randolph and I'm with the West Tampa Community Development Corporation. I want to talk about 2 important initiatives that are coming up. The first is the West Tampa Community-Based Health Initiative. This initiative improves health from healthy lifestyle from birth to death. It's called the intersection of public health and community development. What do we know? Young blacks are being diagnosed with diseases normally associated with the old, like cancer, diabetes, strokes, and high blood pressure. So we're going to focus on how do we create a healthy community. That's just important. It's the next initiative, which is the West Tampa Safety Initiative. We're going to use an economic development approach as a tool to reducing crime by removing barriers and increasing hope among those that are in the criminal justice system. We're going to focus on those with criminal records to help them to get jobs. And we're going to do for the first time what's known as a community-based initiative that focus on those that are returning from the criminal justice system. It's going to be community-based, making sure when people come out, they sign a social contract. And then lastly, and most importantly, we want to start to focus on the at-risk youth that are on the corners. We're talking about the ones with the guns, the one that you're hearing about with all the shootings and killings that's going on in Tampa and around the country. We have a strategy that we looked at the best practice from around the country to start to reduce the violence in the community. I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to make my presentation. And again, I want to thank everybody that spoke today. Keep coming out. Let your voice be heard. This is your city council. Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. How many more speakers?
This will be the last speaker. Jean Strohmeyer, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, so you're going to pass it out again. Okay.
Jean, are you there?
Jean Strohmeyer, you're up to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Madam Deputy Clerk, we have technical difficulties there. Give her one more shot, then we're going to move on.
Ms. Strohmeyer, please unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, we're going to move on. Mr. Citro, I saw you here earlier. I missed you, but I'm going to let you say what you had to say during public comment. I think I missed you, and then I'll go to Mr. Dingfelder.
Ms. Sanchez is no longer here, so.
Okay, all right. Ms. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the one comment, and it's kind of like that TGH comment a couple of weeks ago. In regard to voting, I just agree with Mr. Chairman, and I know everybody here, that voting is so critical. Voting is so critical, and I think the majority of folks who are listening believe in our system of government, and it's not perfect. Our government is not perfect by any means, and if it needs fixing, then people need to vote. They need to run for office, and if they want change, then that's the way we do it in this country. And I think. We're doing a little bit of redistricting, but it's just tweaking around the edges. But the bottom line is we have important elections, and they're coming up next year and the year after. And I urge everybody to make sure you're registered and make sure you vote. And if you want change, that's the way to do it. Thank you.
Right.
I will, if I may, thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. That I agree wholeheartedly. But again, I am not talking about preemption. Now I'm talking about what legislation has done from last year on Senate Bill 90. And that took away the ability for some people to put their ballots in the ballot boxes. Our supervisor of election now has to man those ballot boxes, and without that, people can't use the ballot box. So we all need to take a long look at what's going on up in Tallahassee, and please notify our representatives and our state senators that was not the greatest of all bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, sir. All right, we have her now.
Jean Strohmeyer, can you hear us?
All right, Madam Clerk, we need to move on. I'm sorry we've given enough time. We know she probably has some great comments, but we're running behind schedule. We need to move this train. Item number 3.
I believe staff may be present for that, Mr. Chairman. If there are any comments for that.
Any comments from staff? Is staff's online?
City Attorney.
Good morning, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. McLean Evans, Assistant City Attorney. Item number 3 before you is first reading to amend Chapter 26 to incorporate revisions to the city's wastewater discharge and industrial pretreatment standards technical manual. These revisions are required by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in order to maintain compliance with our wastewater discharge permit. They address businesses with dental amalgam and hazardous waste pharmaceutical discharges. So there's not a lot of room for leeway in changing language. After the second reading and presumed approval of this ordinance, it will become effective once FTP has given final review and approval on the manual itself that will determine the effective dates. Staff, Director of Wastewater Eric Weiss, and I are available for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Any questions?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You recognize procedural.
You and I had a wonderful conversation about this, and I asked you yesterday, who is going to be the enforcer of this ordinance?
That is our wastewater department. They have an extensive monitoring, reporting, and enforcement program, and I'll hand it over to Director Weiss to give you the details on that.
Thank you very much.
Morning, Eric Weiss, Wastewater Department Director. So we have a team of industrial waste technicians that they monitor and enforce the technical manuals for our industrial users.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, may I?
You're recognized, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, sir. It's not on the substance. I just wanted to publicly thank Mr. Weiss as well as Brad, who had come down to Corey Lake Isles a week ago for a long meeting with constituents on some pipe and road issues and whatnot. And I just wanted to publicly salute you guys and just say how lucky we are to have some, and there's Brad, to have some wonderful professionals here in the city of Tampa who did such a great job in traveling out to, like I always joke, the Alaska of the city of Tampa, Corey Lake Isles. So I just wanted to thank you two gentlemen for your work and professionalism. We're very lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else any comments for staff? All right, we have any public speak on this item?
No one is registered.
It's a first reading, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. All right, Mr. Mr. Renner, he'll take it.
I'll take it, Mr. Chairman. You want item number 3?
Yes, sir.
File number E 2021-8, Chapter 26. An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance in the City of Tampa, Florida relating to the 2021 edition of the City of Tampa's Wastewater Department Discharge and Industrial Pretreatment Standards Technical Manual, making revision to the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 26, Utilities, amending Section 26-128, Technical Standards Adopted, providing for repeal of all ordinance in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second, Mr. Dingfelder, roll call vote, please.
Maniscalco? Yes. Vieira?
Lewis says so.
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goode?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 4.
Good morning, Council. Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney for item number 4. Council members, this is the ordinance amending Chapter 14, the noise ordinance, which was brought before you in your workshop session on August 26th for a first look and feedback and request for further direction from Council. So at that time, Council reviewed the ordinance and directed us to bring it back to you on first reading, and so it is here before you this morning for first reading. I'm happy to answer any questions or walk through the ordinance if you would like, at Council's pleasure.
Any questions for Ms. Johnson-Velez? Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Just for the public's benefit, could you give us maybe the 2-minute highlights, Susan?
Certainly, absolutely, I'd be happy to. So there were 4 recommendations that we presented to Council at the April 22nd, 2021 workshop that are incorporated into this ordinance. The first is to create a citywide amplified sound standard which will be applicable to all uses, not just alcoholic beverage uses. Second, it modifies and amends certain definitions in Chapter 14 to refine and clarify and then update where those definitions need updating. It removes the channel district from the decibel level measurement standard. So the only two areas in the city where unreasonably loud noise is measured by decibel level will be Ybor City and the Arena District. And then it updates enforcement provisions to remove the 5-minute warning before which Tampa Police Department may issue noise citations. So it's anticipated that will assist in enforcement with noise complaints.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up, in regard to channel side, just so we don't alarm folks, explain the end result in regard to enforcement at channel side.
Noise in channel side, upon approval of this ordinance, will be measured using the plainly audible standard, which is applicable for the remainder of the city, other than the two districts which I specified before. So that is just noise or sound that is audible to the human ear, unaided with any,
So in other words,
unreasonably.
in other words,
that's
any
heard with.
right, any officer
Sorry,
or code enforcement officer could go in there and do enforcement without having to have those decibel meters.
That is correct.
Okay, and that, Mr. Chairman, I think that's what the Channel District folks were seeking. That's your district, I'm telling you, but you know that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Mr. Dingfelder, since you were kind of on the calendar, you want to go ahead and read that?
Is it public comment?
No.
First reading.
First reading.
First reading, okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll, in regard to file 2021-8, Chapter 14 amendments, I'll read the following for first reading. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to the regulation of noise, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Article 3, Noise, amending Section 14-151, Purpose, amending Sections 14-152, Definitions, amending Section 14-153, unreasonably excessive noise from a property prohibited, Ybor City, Historic District, Channel District, and the Arena District, amending Section 14-154, unreasonably excessive noise from a property prohibited, all other areas, amending Section 14-159, Enforcement, creating a new Section 14-164, outdoor amplified sound from any property prohibited, repeal and ordinances of parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Mr. Miranda was able to second. Roll call.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
Citro?
Ms. Feely, thank you for your work on this. Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goose?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on November 4th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. In addition, I would also like to add item number 3, file number E, 2021-8, Chapter 26 is also being held on November 4th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. for second reading and adoption.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. All right, gentlemen, let's get this engine rubbing. Mr. Maniscalco, will you go to Parks and Recreation Committee 5 through 8, please, sir?
Thank you very much, and real quick, I'm glad to see the West Tampa Little League Complex youth sports renovation, $40,000 there. So I move items 5 through 8.
Second.
Second with Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Vieira?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Goose?
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent.
Public Works, Mr. Dingfelder, items 9 through 14, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to give a shout out to 2 departments. One in regard to solid waste, Sal and the rest of his team, items 11 and 12. They've been in the process of converting our fleet from diesel to compressed natural gas, which is better for the environment, and that's what those 2 items continue. And then in regard to item 13, to Brad Baird and his team, who are, as Brad and I joked yesterday, in the process of tearing up the entire city, but in a positive way, and putting in new pipes and rebuilding our infrastructure. And that's going to be about a 10-year project, but this is part of that, and Brad and his team are doing a great job. So Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move those items
Second.
9 through 14.
Ms. Miranda is seconded. Roll call.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson being absent. So motion carried unanimously.
All right, Finance Committee, Mr. Miranda, item 15 to 23, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I move 15 through 23. However, 20 through 23, I just want to say thank you to the Amalgamated Transit, the firefighters, and the police benevolent, along with the lieutenants and up on 23 for coming with agreement with the mayor and solving the problems that we had in Colvick and working with them to make sure that we work as high as we can, as hard as we can, and without as many diseases as we can. Thank you.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Roll call.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to, Mr. Carlson's not here, so Mr. Vieira, the vice chair, will handle it. We will go through, items 24, excluding 26, excluding 42 to
No.
48,
26 through 42.
26 to 42.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move items 24, 25, and then what was it, 43 through 53?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
26.
I'm sorry, what were those numbers, Councilman Vieira? I believe.
24,
26, I believe, is,
No.
26 to 42. Madam Deputy Clerk, will you-
excluding 26 through 42.
Second.
Madam Deputy Clerk, will you go back through it, please?
Yes, items 24, 25, 43 through 53, excluding 26 through 42.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Citro is seconded. Roll call.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent.
Right. Mr. Vieira, Transportation Committee, 54 through 57.
Yes, sir. I move items 54 through 57.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you recognize.
Yes, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I'm going to ask that number 58, setting the review hearing, be held to after staff reports as a follow-up to find out if that discussion, if it changes that particular date and time. That is scheduled for January 13th presently, or the request is for January 13th at 10:30 a.m.
58 on, at the staff reports.
I'm sorry I didn't do that on the approval, but I apologize.
58 with staff, okay, sir. All right. All right, we'll do that for you, sir. All right, we'll open the
Move
hearing.
the public hearings on
Second.
the number 59 through 61 for now.
All right, Mr. Miranda has moved it. Mr. Citro, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Shelby, I saw your hand, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Council, with regard to 60 and 61, those cannot be heard because the notice was perfected, so you could make a motion to remove both of those right now. They'll be rescheduled by
So moved.
staff.
All right, Mr. Dingfelder has
Second.
made a motion for 6061. Mr. Miranda seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
One second, there are review hearings, Marty, so it'll have to be scheduled by council.
Oh, do you have dates for those?
I do, but those two you may want to hold as well after you decide what you're going to do with review hearings.
If we can hold 60, thank you for that correction. Do you have to, do
right.
you want to rescind that vote then? Was that
I'll
already taken?
withdraw move to withdraw my motion.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So we'll
Motion
carry
carried.
those over to after.
Staff.
Yeah, 58, 61, and 60 and 61.
All right, hearings are still open. Number 59. Staff?
Yes. Ross Salmons, Development Coordination. If the clerk could please share my screen.
Morning, Ross.
Morning. How are you?
We're good.
Okay, I'm presenting file number for VAC 21-07. The ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. The proposed request is to vacate Rembrandt Drive, lying south of Mango Avenue, north of Interbay Boulevard, east of Manhattan Avenue, and west of Lois Avenue. This road was created through acquisition of right-of-way for Rembrandt Drive, city-owned right-of-way. The application was filed with the City of Tampa Development Growth Management Department on April 21st of 2021. The applicant owns parcels on both sides of Rembrandt Drive. The applicant reason for application is as follows. The applicant is seeking to vacate Rembrandt Drive to unify and consolidate the Robinson High School campus and school board property. A previous application to vacate this right-of-way, VAC 14-16, was filed on September 30th of 2014 and was denied by City Council. There are no current code violations to date. The existing right-of-way is approximately 73,000 square feet. The street is improved asphalt paving and includes a sidewalk on the north side of the street. There are existing utilities for wastewater, stormwater, water, TECO, People's Gas, and Spectrum. Tampa Fire Rescue and Transportation Planning require emergency access and public transportation easements if vacated. Gating of right-of-way will only be allowed during school hours. Knox locks will be required for all utilities and Tampa Fire Department for access. Here's an overview of the Rembrandt Drive.
Hold on a second, Ross.
Okay.
Yeah, Ross, go back one slide if you would. Could you clarify the condition? Gating of right-of-way will only be allowed during school hours. I feel like I've seen this over there by Roosevelt Elementary, but can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, the applicant school board is wanting to gate the road access from 7:30 to 4:30.
To close it.
Correct.
And then otherwise they're going to allow it to be open and used by the public?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be a firm and permanent condition?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Continue, sir.
Okay. Here's an overview of Rembrandt Drive, an aerial view of the school, Robinson High School, and the northern property here and south of Rembrandt Drive here. The applicant owns both parcels in red, and Rembrandt Drive is in yellow. This is overall view of the Atlas, Rembrandt Drive in purple, and the gray shaded area are the parcels. This is an Atlas view of previously vacated areas and also to show the roadways that are available. Here's Rembrandt Drive looking west, Lois Avenue. Again, looking east from Manhattan Avenue. Lois Avenue at Rembrandt Drive looking east, no continuation of Rembrandt Drive. Manhattan Avenue at Rembrandt Drive looking west, no continuation of Rembrandt Drive. And again, looking west towards Manhattan Avenue. This is the midpoint of the right-of-way.
Ross, I hate to stop
Yes.
you. I hate to stop you again. And clerk advisor, we had not sworn you in for testimony.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you have already provided and will continue to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may continue, sir. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Here's the applicant's property looking north from Rembrandt Drive. This is Robinson High School. And this is the south property on Rembrandt Drive. And this is located at Lois Avenue. This is the midpoint of Rembrandt Drive looking west towards Manhattan Avenue. And again, this is a portion of the applicant's property on the south side of Rembrandt Drive. to go through these very quickly. Staff have no objections to this vacating request based on responses received from Mobility and Transportation and Planning. If the vacating request is approved by council, then overall easements and conditions for Tampa Fire Rescue, Mobility, Transportation Planning, wastewater, water, stormwater, TECO Peoples Gas, and Spectrum will need to be reserved, and conditions for natural resources must be included in approving ordinance. Mobility and Transportation Planning require that a 60-foot right-of-way be dedicated on the south side of the parcel and a road constructed prior to any release of the transportation easement. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions from councilman?
No, sir.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Dingfelder?
Well, I'll hold it for the applicant.
All right.
Thank you.
Here from the applicant.
Who is the applicant in this case?
I think it's the school board.
School board, right?
There it is, Ms. Mandel.
Yes, hi, this is Julia Mandel. I'm here in representation of the applicant, who is the school board of Hillsborough County. We have not been sworn, so if we can go ahead and do that first, and we'll go ahead and get into our presentation.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, City Council. My name is Julia, for the record, my name is Julia Mandel with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street. I am here on behalf of the school board. With me is Amber Dickerson, who's the general manager of growth management, also with the school board, and the principal of Robinson High School, Robert Bolai, I'm sorry if I butcher his name, unfortunately could not attend today, but we have been able to speak with him and identify, and Amber will speak to that, some of the issues out there. As indicated by staff, we are requesting a vacation of Rembrandt Drive. As you saw from the pictures, the Rembrandt Drive runs directly through Robinson High School. And on one side, the south side, that currently is being utilized for parking for the students for Robinson High, and I think also maybe some of the staff, and also is currently used for maybe some sports fields. Going back to the previous denial, I just want to say for the purpose of the record, and I will have Amber say this as well, talk about this as well. At that time, the south side was really not used, and in fact, the part of that conversation really directly related to how that would all work together. But at this point in time, those are being used, and for any of us who have high schoolers, we recognize that they don't always pay attention as they're going across the street, and I have a high schooler, believe it or not, and yes, she doesn't pay that much attention either. So this really is a request for safety purposes and for the insurance of as students traverse to class in the morning and outside back to their cars in the afternoon, that they are actually safe. And there is a lot of morning and afternoon traffic that does run up and down Rembrandt. And so this request really does, and to answer Mr. Dingfelder's inquiry, what we are seeking to do for now is to gate it. And during certain periods of time for the opening and the closing of school, and for back and forth during that time, it would be open all other hours. If at some point in the future that there'll be a transportation easement which will remain, if at some point in the future we seek to ask the city to go ahead and remove that transportation easement, at that point in time we would have to provide some other east-west cross access through the peninsula. So this is a good short-term solution. If there's a need for us to do something different, we have to come back to the city. And also, as indicated, the city does own in fee the actual Rembrandt right-of-way, so we would have to enter into additional agreements as it relates to that. I'm going to turn it over to Amber to get more into details as to what the request need is and how it will fit into the continuing operation of Robinson. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Amber Dickerson, General Manager of Growth Management. Thank you all for your time this morning. So this was all prompted by an air conditioning project that we need to do at Robinson. Luckily, thanks to all of you, we got our sales tax funding for that. So With the project, though, we are required to relocate some baseball fields south of Rembrandt. In addition, since the last vacation, which Ms. Mandel alluded to, a driver's ed range has been placed on the south side of Rembrandt as well. So there are students going across Rembrandt on a regular basis. And the principal was sad he couldn't make it to talk about some of his issues, but obviously from a district standpoint, safety is number one. Safety of our students crossing, and as Julia also mentioned, sometimes behaviorally it's difficult to control where high school students cross. So our overall preference coming into this vacation process was to have the road completely closed and vacated permanently, but we understand, staff's side that access is an issue. Some of the other issues that the principal pointed out were that he does have some major dumping issues on the site. He stated that oftentimes in the morning, he has to expend quite a bit of time cleaning up furniture, miscellaneous things. Additionally, the Civic Association, Gandy Civic Association, issued you a letter of support that was in the file. And again, our preference would be to close it so that we can freely move even in the evenings across that right of way, but we understand your staff has other needs. So we appreciate your time and consideration of this item. Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize.
Quick question. Good morning, Ms. Mandel. Thanks for your public service and thanks for joining us today. Julia, quick question. Legally, and I could ask our legal folks as well, but I'm sure you've worked on the documentation. But legally, how does this fit in terms of, if you come in for an application at some future date to release the transportation easement, then you would have to provide that 60 feet further to the south, et cetera. That's an unusual condition. I support the condition completely and support our staff in asking for it, and I'm glad that school board's not objecting to it. But I just wonder legally, where does that fit in? Is that part of the resolution or what?
And yes, Mr. Dingfelder, it's good to see you as well, and I appreciate your words. The ordinance is very specific as to the conditions for first the vacation ordinance going into place, and secondarily any release of a transportation easement that is going to be placed upon Rembrandt per this ordinance, and this is completely legally sufficient, and how many vacation ordinances are set up where they hold back easements, and those easements may have a condition upon which they can be removed. And in this instance, the condition clearly would provide for us to give that 60 feet of right-of-way and create another access point east-west drive on the either south or north part of our property, depending on how that works out. And that would be the only mechanism upon which the transportation easement can be removed. And so that would run with the land and would be there in perpetuity. I would also point out that the city actually owns the right-of-way. They own the underlying roadway. So certainly that would also create another type of transaction if we were to purchase that back from them or somehow have it dedicated. So that's something for the future. This would allow us to proceed forward to ensure safety of the students as they walk back and forth, and gate it during those times of school opening. And if we go to a place where we need or want to close and permanently close Rembrandt, we will have to deal with those conditions. Thank you.
The only other question I have, and I don't know if it's for you or for your planner, we've received some emails that speak to speeding along that stretch, and I'm very familiar with that, as is Councilman Goose. We both worked down there at Robinson. I think that's when we first met. But anyway, I also was really proud to have participated in the swap with the Housing Authority. We got rid of the Rembrandt projects, which were pretty bad, and the Housing Authority built some really nice apartments further south and swap that land out with school board. So I thought that was a great project many years ago. But anyway, but in regard to speeding, I know it appears that there's no speed bumps along there. Is there any chance that, and I apologize that the city never put them in, but is there any chance that the school board has looked at that and might consider putting speed bumps on there?
I would need Amber to speak to what she does know. I will say I was out there when I was posting the signs, and there is speeding on there. I mean, that is true, and that is one of the reasons why we believe the gating is also really important.
Right.
But I'll ask
But in those after school hours, you know, especially in the evenings and that sort of thing, if we're just inviting, you know, perhaps a little drag racing or what have you down that isolated stretch of land, you know, maybe that's something the school board might want to consider for the public's benefit.
And just to take a step further with that, that is also something that through the City of Tampa Transportation and be something that they would have to work on with us. So whether or not we'd be, you know, financially able to do that or willing to do that, I think is something that certainly can be talked about, and I'll ask Amber to also come.
Maybe since we still own the fee, maybe the city can even participate and share the cost or something. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so we would be open to speed bumps, but as Julia said, obviously we're not in the road building business, so we would need your professional engineers to sign off on that. But yes, we would be open.
Okay, I'll circle back with mobility and check on that.
Mr. Miranda, then we have Mr. Citro.
Chairman, I hate to be this, but I don't know if the city even put speed bumps anymore.
You don't.
So I don't know where we're circling back to see if they're going to put them on, because you all know they don't put them up. Am I correct or not?
Who are you asking?
I think Vic's on the line. I don't think we do speed bumps anymore. Vic?
Chair, Vic Bide, Director of Mobility Department. That is correct. Currently, we do not use speed bumps or vertical delineation as a traffic control measure for calming. We do support raised crosswalks. But having said that, we'll be happy to work with the school board and find appropriate traffic calming solutions. And I'd also like to iterate that we do support the vacating. The ordinance as written does not have the right-of-way conditions. I'll let legal speak to that. But our purpose, our intent in making those comments was to document them in Excella so that it is understood what the purpose of our intent was in that case.
All right, Mr. Citro, you recommend?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The whole concept and idea of this, I definitely appreciate. Safety, 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 as one email said. The whole idea is behind this is to keep that road open during non-school hours for public safety, police and fire. Talking about speed bumps, you know, that slows them down, especially in emergency vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mr. Chair, may I?
You recognize Mr. Vieira.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, on speed bumps, I'd inquired with Vic, who always does such a great job, and thank you for all your work, Vic, and everybody there on the call or on the line. On speed bumps on Bougainvillea, as I recall, and I learned the same thing, that the city doesn't like speed bumps. Speed bumps seemingly went out with Blockbuster, but I like speed bumps and I miss Blockbuster, so that's my personal preference. But I guess the city by design doesn't like speed bumps. Yeah, again, I'm personally a fan of them. I think they do a great job overall. But just my thank you, sir.
Council to be leery about those bumps because you know the community. I can't think of not one community that wants speed bumps, Mr. Miranda.
No, you're right.
So I think we need to be cautious of looking to kind of foster an idea that they've gotten away from. We don't have the money for to try to do that. So let's those grand ideas, maybe it's a conversation down the road, but we need to wrap this up. Is there any more questions for the applicant? All right, it's a first reading, consideration. Anybody in the public for this item? Anybody in the public on this item? Be registered. All right, let's get. Person, please. One person. All right, let's bring these first on the second floor first for this item.
I too, I guess, have not been sworn in. I don't know if I need to be sworn in.
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Lorraine Lundy, and I live around the corner from Robinson High School. When I inquired to the reason to vacate Rembrandt Drive, I was informed that ball fields were to be built south of the school, vacating the public way that would make it safer for students to cross the street. This is not just about the desires of Robinson High School to unite its campus and keep its students safe, but this should also address the mobility and the safety of the residents that live on the same street as the school and have to walk across the streets to get to school or to public transportation in the neighborhood that they live. Rembrandt Drive is not an alley, but a city street that is used 24 hours a day. Rembrandt Drive is one of two streets that gives access to go west and then north. There are residential homes that border Rembrandt Drive on the east and west sides of the schools. There are multifamily dwelling houses on Lois Avenue south of the school. Clipper Bay has 276 units with 3 or more persons living in each unit, and Gardens at South Bay has 216 units. Students from those multifamily dwellings attend Robinson High School, Lanier Elementary School, and Monroe Middle School. Rembrandt Drive is used to get to each of those sites, which is located west and then north of the high school. School is in session 180 days between the hours of 7:30 and 3:30. After that time, the campus is barren. When it is in season for athletic games, most of them are played in the evening. A number of those games are away games, which means the sports fields on the campus are not being used. The swimming program, which has been in existence for many years, is at the Bobby Hicks Pool, which is across the street on Mango Avenue. The driving range and band practice are being conducted across the street. That street is Rembrandt Drive. I have surveyed schools in the immediate vicinity and other areas, and I have yet to observe where there is no access on either side of a school. We do not leave at the end of the day to go home. This is where we reside and move around on a daily basis, and we should have access to the city streets in our neighborhood. The school is an entity designated to serve the neighborhood it's in, and the school is to provide direct access to a thoroughfare or collector street. The school should not be a hindrance to the mobility of those in their neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Can I also make a comment about some things that were said?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
If
Thank
you're
you.
ready, you're welcome, ma'am. You're on? All right, let's go. All right. I don't have them on our screen yet. Get them on our screen.
All right, Sean Brown, Stephanie Porter, and Jean Stromeyer, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll go with, who's first? Sean? All right, Mr. Brown.
All righty. Good morning, Councilman. Good to see everyone here. Obviously, I'm talking about Rembrandt. I did send a letter on Tuesday on behalf of the Gandy Civic Association as the president, as we do support this. Now, it was our understanding when we talked to the applicant back in May that they were seeking full vacating, a full vacation, I guess you would say, of Rembrandt. And in talking with the applicant in recent days, obviously there was some concern that they had about the stipulations of hours of the road being open to the public, and also construction of a road on their property, because number one, they don't have the funds and they're not in the road business. And number two, the evening hour aspect, obviously if the ball fields and such are going to be on the south side of there, folks are going to be crossing, and if the road is open to the general public, as has been known, Rembrandt does not have any safety aspects to it at all. No bad lighting, no crosswalks, the issue with illegal dumping. There's a sidewalk only on the north side of Rembrandt, barely, nothing on the south side, things of that nature. Rembrandt is a disaster of a road from a safety perspective. Now, one thing to keep in mind for all of you, Mango to the north has speed bumps all the way from Manhattan to Dale Mabry. Elrod, which is in between, has speed bumps all the way from Lois to Dale Mabry. So those are your through roads right there. Those are your main artery roads. Rembrandt isn't. It's a T. It runs it as a T intersection at Manhattan, and it's a T intersection at Lois, which means someone's got to go somewhere once they hit those intersections. And Rembrandt's not even a mile long. So Rembrandt, truthfully, is not a substantial main road at all. It's just a shortcut. Mango and Elrod are the main roads, which is why they were identified years ago, and that's why they both have speed bumps along those roads, because of their throughness. So I think that's something to keep in consideration, and quite frankly, we would like to see Rembrandt fully vacated to the school district without it being open of any sort, because otherwise there's going to have to be a large investment of funds to do the safety upgrades, because the road is going to be used, or there is going to be activity at the school in the evenings and such, even during the day. One of the things that's been in the ordinance and the language is to have the road open the entire weekend. And so if there are things going on at the fields during the day, regardless if it's a home game or tournaments coming in, the road's going to be open to the public, and speeding and all that stuff is an issue. So it's one of those things that the city want to invest the money in upgrading Rembrandt for just partial time, or should it just be vacated solely to the district and that be that and closed off? We support it being closed off in full. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. All right, Stephanie, Jean? Sorry. We can't hear you, Jean. Still can't hear you. All right, we'll go to Stephanie. We'll come back to you. Stephanie?
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I already said what I had to say. I'm a little disappointed that there's been some controversy over the last couple days about all of a sudden we want to gate this and open it on the evenings and the weekends. Well, first of all, Inner Bay is, what did we say, a third of a mile south, and it is a through road. It is a main artery. And Mango is 2/10 of a mile to the north. There's no reason for this road to be there, except it's the Indy 500 and a dumping road. As long as it's open, people are going to dump garbage there. On a monthly basis, they are taking the equivalent of a truckload of garbage off of that little stretch of road. The PTSA president didn't understand that she had to register before today, or she would have been here to talk about it. Her and her husband have been going out there once a month and pulling gobs of garbage off this road. This road is neglected. It's a mess. And guess what? I was at Robinson just last night at 7 o'clock, or the night before last. Robinson doesn't operate from 7:30 to 4:30 like an elementary school does. These kids have no sense, called frontal lobe development. People don't pay as much attention to high schoolers, but they have a frontal lobe issue that makes them make really stupid choices. That's why all the adults here who have children said the same thing 1,000 times when they had teenagers. That is a fact. And these kids need to be able to safely cross the road because they don't have the sense to do it by themselves. And to open and close it and open and close it, that's a Band-Aid. Let's just close it and be done with it. I have to take my kids there to go to school. My kids are going to continue to go to school there. And I think Sean sent you gentlemen a whole bunch of data that we had produced from the Gandy Civic Association. You have something from the Ballast Point Civic Association supporting this. ISOG is supporting it. Port Tampa is supporting it. So everybody thinks this is a great idea. I don't understand why the city has moved into, oh, we're not going to vacate it full 24/7. We're going to vacate it just a couple days, during the week and when school's in. That makes no sense. Thank you. I'm
Welcome.
sorry I didn't have a speech.
All right, you're welcome. We'll go back to Jean. She's got some technical difficulties. We're sorry. All right, anybody else to speak on this item?
That is it, Chair.
All right, well, I would like to speak to our mobility department in reference to this issue. Vic?
Yes, sir, Chair.
I do have some concerns. Can't really support this item right at this particular time. I get some understanding. Someone who's know Robinson High School very well, and I'm not sure if they still have a night school program or not. So I'll ask the school board representative if they still have a program. I don't like the concept. If you're going to close the road, close the road. I remember one summer I went out there and lined all of the parking lots in that old side, Mr. Dingfelder, by myself. And I know the area very well at the back of my hands. I don't support closing it for these different hours because it's a high school. High school runs, could be 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. Ball games at a high school, ball games don't end till about Mr. Brandon. And the traffic doesn't get out till about 11 o'clock. I know because I used to do it. Weekends. Kids go to school on the weekends. They practice on the weekends. Soccer, football, you name it, they're at the school. It's not like a middle school or a elementary school. Activities run round the clock at a high school. Even on Sundays. People don't believe that. I was a coach, I know. So for me, just say close it, those particular hours, I can't support that. I think that it needs to be revisited. If you're going to close it, you close it. But I just can't support right now closing it for these hours because that is not going to help solve the problem. If there's a safety concern, which I do understand, students and accidents, crossing streets because they don't pay attention, they're talking, holding hands, all kind of things. So it might be something that we need to revisit. But at the current stage, just temporary closing it, it's not a fix to your problem if we're saying the problem is safety concerns for the kids at that school. So you told me, Vic, so tell me, how do we come up with these hours? Why are these hours? I'm just still not, why are we not just vacating it?
So, Councilman, it's a question of providing or being able to provide city services. So the reason we are supporting the vacating with the conditions put forth is because there need to be city services that are provided, public safety, water, wastewater, and stormwater as well. And so I'd like to reiterate, we support this vacating. We support it with these conditions, and the conditions about the right-of-way are only comments. They're not in the ordinance as proposed, and I'll let legal speak to that. But the whole purpose of the easement is so that the city can continue to provide services to this area.
So you're saying closing it, we couldn't provide any service by closing it? Is because it's all underground on that property? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, so there are other utilities as well beyond just city services that do exist within the area, and access to these utilities as well as cities' utilities is critical to continue to provide these services. And that's really the purpose behind our position.
Rick, raise your hand and be sworn for representative. Any staff members are going to talk right now, raise your hand because council may have questions for staff. I see Melanie on there. All right.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Miranda was first, Mr. Dingfelder, then I'll come to you, sir. Mr. Miranda?
Thank you, Chairman. And listening to all the conversation that I've heard here in the last 30 or 40 minutes regarding Rembrandt Drive, this has been going on since the 70s, believe it or not. First, it was a Rembrandt Apartments that were causing problems in the neighborhood, and some individuals wanted to host Rembrandt's closed. Then it was the traffic. Then it was a cut-through. Then it was, and by the way, you have that pool there because of Bill Pohl, the mayor who put the pool there back in the mid-'70s. I think that's the largest pool in the city of Tampa, if I recall. Maybe still is, I don't know. But it has had problems, and you know, when you start to listen, we human beings do things by what? Instinct and natural ability. It's very difficult for us to remember what streets are open, what streets are closed part-time. First thing you do is you want to get a neighborhood upset, close the street one day and see what happens. Just one day. And if you're going to open and close that street on and off, you're going to get more people confused and more people upset. And when I hear about, well, we have, you know, sewers and stuff and lines and water lines, that we also have them in alleys that we close. We have them in streets that we close. And we also have the right-of-way and the permission to go on that to fix the assets that we have underground for all the citizens of the city of Tampa. So I'm not using that as an excuse at all as to why not close it. You can close a street, you can close an alley, and still have right-of-ways to get to that alley because it's a public service to the neighbors. So I have to agree to some degree with the chairman. Don't leave something open and closed on a part-time basis during school hours. School is out part of the time. And sometimes you have areas that you need to close permanently. And I don't like to play games with it. I'm not saying that anyone is, but I personally, this is just like a hopscotch game. Either close it or leave it open. It becomes very dangerous when you start to close something part-time and set that standard throughout the city of Tampa. Because then this is going to be a reason for closing or opening someone else's street part-time in another part of the city, and it becomes like a disease. My opinion from many years of public service is you either open it, leave it open, or close it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Think so, you recognize.
Well, I think I am a little confused. When the conditions were stated by, I guess by staff and the applicant, it sounded to me like that was going to be included in the ordinance as all the conditions are. But now, Vic, you're saying it's not. So I think we do need to hear from the legal department upstairs in regard to this issue about, you know, closed during school, closed during school hours and open otherwise, and that sort of thing. Before I speak to my druthers on that, let's hear from upstairs.
You recognize, sir.
I believe that Ms. Mandel might want to address this for council.
Let's hear from staff.
Our
We're
staff.
asking questions from staff now because the way I'm hearing what's going on, it may be down the road, but we may need Ms. Mandel and staff to go back and reevaluate this for a vote can be taken today. And I don't want to belabor this all day long, just talking. When at the end of the day, it may be a continuous to continue this item.
Well, I think that might be the subject of this discussion.
All right, well, let's hear from upstairs first, and then Julia.
If Ms. Mandel is willing to want to do that now, so we can end this, we can do that, and I'll hear from her first before I hear from staff.
Yes, hi, I apologize to interrupt the conversation. This is Julia Mandel on behalf of the school board. It's our wish to work with city staff, work with the community, and given the conversation that's occurring and some of the comments we've heard, I really do think we'd be better served continuing this, allow us to go back to work with city staff based upon the comments that we heard today, and see if we can't make sure we can come to a conclusion on this that is in the best interest of the community. So our request is to go ahead and just continue it now. I don't know what
Motion to continue?
Don't move.
Mr. Maniscalco's motion. Mr. Shelby?
Yes, sir. Date and time, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, let me get to it first. We're going to get the date and time. Mr. Maniscalco has moved it. Who hit second?
Chairman, I'll second it, but I agree with everything that's been said. What happens during Christmas holidays? What happens during the summer? What happens when you have a day off for legal holidays that open or close? It becomes an ant chasing a gorilla. It ain't going to happen.
All right. We have Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Shelby, you recognize?
Yes, the motion has to include the date and time as part of the motion.
What date, Ms. Mandel?
I think, in order to give staff and us enough time to get together, because we're all really busy, whatever your meeting is in 30 days would, I think, be appropriate, and that would give us some time to get together, talk through all the issues, and go ahead and hopefully come back to you with something that we are in a better position to all feel better about.
We have November 4th. That's the only regular council meeting in November. Everything else is CRA evening and then Thanksgiving. If not, there's December 2nd.
November 4th is, I think, enough time for us to do what we need to do and come back. Thank you.
All right, it's under 10:30 a.m. All right,
Fine, Madam Deputy Clerk.
move to continue to November
Second.
4th at 10:30 a.m.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved it. Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Wigginton is there, Mr. Wigginton, I see you on the screen. Housekeeping matter, council, I'm going to ask that item 47 that was on the consent docket be brought up again for a housekeeping matter.
All right, let's bring it up.
Okay. Item 47, council, was approved, but prior to that, there was no motion to accept the substitute transportation access easement agreement. So for purposes of that, I'd ask that that motion be amended to include the substitute transportation access easement agreement as part of the motion.
So moved.
Mr. Defeld has moved it. Mr. Miranda seconded it. Can the roll call on that?
Yes, please.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
And Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carson being absent.
Thank you, council.
All right, that's why I like Mr. Shelby. He keeps us in line. All right. We'll go to staff reports. Item number 62. I think that we already said the chief of staff is not speaking on any updates today. We'll go to Ms. Carol Post. I'm gonna put her up on top with items 26 through 42. I think she has a presentation, and then we can move that item for the consent document. Ms. Post.
Good morning, Chair, Council members. Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. We do have a presentation while the TV team can get that pulled up. I'll just give you a brief introduction. This is relative to items 26 through 42, which were pulled from the consent agenda this morning. And with your approval today, it will be the beginning of our ability to add 17 new affordable residential units to our city. And while that number is small in quantity, we think it's mighty in terms of opportunity for what this program will bring to the city, and we'll share some details with you momentarily. Really the opportunity though, and what's unique about this is for the future owners of these homes, the opportunities that they will have to create generational wealth in a variety of parts of our city. And most importantly, we think for this program is the opportunity that the builders of these homes will have. These are local, diverse builders. More than half of them are minority-owned or managed organizations, and 7 of them have never done business with the city before, and this gives them a real foot in the door for a first-time opportunity to build their resume and establish themselves as the capabilities and the capacity to be able to work with the city, which is a great way to drive our workforce development agenda as well. And finally, really for the communities, is that we're taking these empty, vacant, unused lots and creating more vibrant parts of these neighborhoods. These are infill lots. They've sat unused for years, and a year from now, it would be our pride would be to be able to reflect a more vibrant and productive use for these lots. So lots of goals to be achieved. And with that, I would like to just recognize the team that brought this program together. Abby Feely is the director of our Development Growth Management Department, Kayon Henderson, manager of Housing and Community Development, and Marquez McGee, who is our Community Development Specialist. And I'll turn it over to Marquez. He's done the heavy lifting on the program, and we're very proud of the accomplishment that he has taken on with this. So Marquez, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, and also thank you, Council, for having us today to discuss this important affordable housing initiative. Next slide, please. So the Mayor's Infill Housing Program, the overall arching objective is to convert these vacant, unused city parcels into affordable neighborhood homes. The city will be providing these parcels to qualified developers at no cost. Homes are to be built and sold to those income qualified buyers once they're completed. The lots are then deed restricted for those qualified buyers for 10 years, which keeps it affordable for decades to come. It also will convert those gaps that we see in streets and neighborhoods into a vibrant family-owned house in that particular community. Next slide, please. So the program overview and objective. The city is conveying a total of 15 city-owned lots in parts of Ybor City, East Tampa, and Sulphur Springs to local developers for creation of affordable housing. These 15 lots will produce 17 housing units. All will be 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. They will be designed for income qualified buyers at 80 and 50% of the area's median income. And I know we use that 80% AMI and stuff of that nature, but I want to put some real numbers behind that. So at a family of 3 who makes $53,100, or someone who makes $25.55 an hour, is 80% of AMI, and will be able to purchase this home. Also, a person who is a family of 3 who makes $33,000 a year, or $15.98 an hour, will be able to purchase a home here in this particular program. We are using revolving funds of up to $75,000 per home to seed the cost for these smaller developers at 0% interest. All buyers who participate in this particular program will go through our housing counseling programs, which then tells them, say, if something happens in the future, they know who to call other than trying to sell it to some, company that doesn't know anything. They can call these housing counseling agencies should they fall into trouble or have some issues in the future. Next slide, please. So here's a map of all the lots that are in Sulphur Springs. As you can see, they are scattered site throughout. One of my favorite golf courses there, Rogers Park. Give you some where you are. Next slide, please. Also, this is the lots that will be affordable units in East Tampa as well as the Ybor City area. You can see on Mitchell Street, which is at the intersection there at 275 and I-4. We're going to put 3 houses in that particular area, which will then change that community, as well as the one on Columbus Drive and East Lake. They're all around major thoroughfares, as well as they can be used for on bus lines and stuff of that nature, which we know is very important for low to moderate income people. Next slide, please. So this is the most prideful thing for me. We kind of heard the public talk about how they wanted more diversity in people who get city contracts. So with this particular program, we have 7 minority companies who will be participating in phase 2. We have our stalwarts like your Habitat for Humanity Hillsborough, your CDC of Tampa, the East Tampa Civic and Business Association. But we also have organizations like Bright Community Trust, who is new on the list. They do a community land trust over in throughout the state. We have AAA Restoration, Builders and LLC. These are all African American companies who are located in East Tampa. So they will put their best foot forward because they know what that neighborhood needs and they know what those neighborhoods look like when they grew up. Next slide, please. So in any transaction, it has to be a benefit for everyone. And we feel like in infill phase 2, there are benefits for the buyers. As we all know, we've heard the numbers. The average Tampa house sale price in August of 2021 was $345,000, which is up 23.7% from last year. Our infill phase 2 sales price will be capped at $240,000. I know that might sound like sticker shock to some of you all, so we thought about that as well. And we are prepared to provide down payment assistance for the homes that are at East Tampa. They can get $40,000 for the East Tampa CRA and $30,000 from the City of Tampa's DARE program, totaling $70,000 in down payment assistance. So that means that their purchase price, instead of $240,000, they'll only finance $170,000, which means their estimated mortgage payment will be $1,057 a month, which includes principal, interest, taxes, and their insurance. These low to moderate income buyers don't have to compete with investors for these prime residential lots in the city. We know that that's pretty much driving the prices up. We have these large conglomerates who come into the city of Tampa and they buy up all of the new homes or homes for sale and they turn them into rentals, which then drives the rental prices up as well. Again, housing counseling will be required for all of those buyers. Next slide, please. So what's in it for the developers? They have access to city-owned lots at no cost to them. We also provide expedited permitting. Water and wastewater fees will be waived. Each one of them has gone through our construction services department and did pre-development counseling with them as well to show them where to situate the houses, how to talk about the trees, stormwater, water, and stuff of that nature. So they don't incur more costs by having to go back to architects in 3 or 4 designs based off of that as well. They also have up to $75,000 in SHIP funding at 0% interest for construction and soft costs. Developers will also have access to our qualified buyers by partnering with our local housing counseling agencies like Salidas House, Housing Education Alliance, and REACH. This creates, and for them, it also creates a new public-private partnership for these smaller developers. And I know one of them was even able to leverage this opportunity and go out to a local a bank to get funding to do other projects that they have as well. Next slide, please. So what's the benefits for the city and the community? Again, it has to be a win-win for everyone. The city gets increased tax revenues from these dormant lots right now. We activate those dormant city lots to create a vibrant family environment. We have also noticed that every time we will go in and do a new build in the area, everyone on the block started to update their homes, paint their houses, do new landscaping. It also contributes to the mayor's T3 initiatives for affordable housing as well. And again, it established that public-private partnership with local minority developers and investors, which is something that I'm very, very proud of. Next slide. So are there any questions?
A lot of them. Mr. Maniscalco, we'll take you first.
Thank you very much.
And we'll go Citro, Dingfeld, and Mr. Moran.
So I think this is a great use of lots that are underutilized and are just sitting there. You know, he went over the costs. The fact that these are 3-2s, they're accessible to families, you know, people with children, people with an elderly parent that they may be taking care of, whatever. This is not just a cramped space. This is a real home. The fact that it's, you know, just over $1,000 a month for the mortgage with all fees, taxes included. Just look at the rental market in the city of Tampa. To get a 3-bedroom, you know, depends what part of town, but they could be $2,000-3,000 a month. To get a 2-bedroom could be just as expensive. I mean, if you go through District 6, where Sulphur Springs, you got parts of it there, but some parts of District 6 are just completely unaffordable. So this pulls people out of the perpetual paying rent forever and ever and puts them into the American dream, puts them into home ownership at an affordable rate with the assistance, with the programs in place to educate the buyers so they know, the responsibility of being a homeowner, but, it gives them something that they can call their own without paying rent forever and ever. So that's it. Thank you.
Cito, recognized.
Mr. Henderson, thank you very much for this wonderful report. I thank you very much, Ms. Post and Ms. Feely. Again, thank you very much for this. I'm glad to see that there is going to be home counseling. I know that Habitat for Humanity and CDC does that on the onset. People don't realize that the cost of a home is one thing. You have insurance, maintenance, upkeep, and all those other things that go along with owning a home. I'm asking, especially with the mayor's resiliency plan, these developers, the qualifications behind them are, yes, of course, minority-owned, black-owned. Are we asking these developers to make sure that these homes are going to be more resilient, more energy efficient, so that the cost of electricity is also going to drive down the home ownership cost? Because we can help make housing affordable, buying a home affordable, but if you're paying 1/3 the amount of electricity of your mortgage payment, then how affordable is it? Again, Mr. Henderson, thank you very much for your report. This is a great step forward for the city of Tampa and for those who need a home, but I'm still wanting to hear back about the resiliency of these homes and what the contractors are going to do.
Steve, for the record.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, I've appreciated hearing some of the progress in our AHAC committee as we've moved forward with this, and I'm excited that we're coming to contract today. I'm excited for the folks who will be moving into these homes, but I think I'm really excited about the vendors that we've selected. Some minority contractors, nonprofits out in those communities, and I think it's really helpful. And even though it might just be one or two houses, one or two houses for a small contractor or a not-for-profit is a big deal, and that helps everybody. It makes all those boats lift up. So anyway, keep up the good work, you and Kaon and your whole team, and Carol, Abby, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson. What 240 does not include the price of a lot, correct? It's just the building itself?
Yes, sir.
So what are the size of the lots? Are they all the same size or different size lots?
They are different size lots.
Okay. And so then the houses would be the same size with different size lots? I want to make sure everybody's got an equal chance of living the same way.
Yes, sir. Our housing standards says that if you're building a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, it has to be at least 1,250 square feet. So we had one irregular lot, and so instead of it being long, they made it a 2-story home.
So then how much square footage on each lot? On each house, excuse me?
1,250.
1,250. So you look at 1,250 going into 240, and that'll tell you the cost per
price per square foot.
Per foot, without the lot, right? So
yes, sir.
What is the and now to protect everyone, the people who are buying them and having a right, and rightly so, and I appreciate that very much, but also the people who are paying the taxes that have the affordability. What is the time of service a limit that the individuals who are going to be fortunate enough to live here have to live in the house before they can resell it?
There's a 10-year affordability period on this particular program. So 10 years, as long as they stay, it remains their primary residence for 10 years. Then
so they have to live in the house for 10 years before they can resell? No?
They can resell at any time.
At any time? However what?
They would then have to pay the city back the subsidy that was put in. And also pay on that news.
We're having a little trouble hearing you, but whatever subsidy they received, they'd have to pay back if they sell prior to the 10 years.
Here comes Ken.
Oh, we got the boss.
Get the boss.
Good morning, Council. So what Marquez said, so in this round, because it's slightly different from the first phase, and so as he said, the developers are getting that incentive to go in and build. Now, if that individual should sell within that 10 years, because we've put a mortgage and we've put some land use restriction on that property, if they do sell, it has to be sold to someone who's income eligible also. So we still keep that affordability for the next 10 years regardless.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I know there's some questions about the federal government. I think if you have your own home and you live at it for 2 years, you can sell the house, and the difference in the upswing in price is your money without paying any tax up to $250,000. And I'm not a CPA, don't intend to be a CPA, and don't want to be a CPA.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the way that we ensure that we really maintain that affordability. We don't want someone to move in 2 years and they have now become a manager or supervisor, they've gotten a promotion and they're stuck into a place if they should be, have that opportunity to move somewhere else for a job. So our main goal though is to continue to recycle this opportunity so someone else can jump in and have that same opportunity.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. No, I just wanted to salute the administration on this work. I think what, I know a lot of council members, Chairman Goods, Councilman Dingfelder, I know Councilman Citro, and many others have been very passionate about affordable housing. But this mayor has made it a real priority, and we see it under this plan. And some of the statistics that Councilman Maniscalco was talking about with regards to affordability of housing, I think in the Tampa Bay area, the median rent, I believe, is about $1,400. And you take a look at that on a yearly basis, that's about a third of the median income here in the Tampa Bay area, about 35-40%. That's out of control. That's gross income before taxes. That's a real crisis. And I come from the school of thought that when everyday Americans are having economic struggles like this, it's up to the government to intervene on an aggressive basis to make sure that people get the dignity that they deserve, and whatnot. Kind of like Councilman Dingfelder said, as a true Kennedy Democrat, not to talk about party politics, but make sure that we have that rising tide that lifts all boats. I believe that 110%. So I salute this plan and salute the administration for this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, Mr. Dingfelder, you sit on one board, I sit on another board. We've given the baton to staff to look at some ideas, and Mayor had given her blessing about affordable housing. But I want to make it clear to this council and staff that everybody's not ready to be a homeowner. Everyone's not ready to be a homeowner. Everybody can't take care of a house. So with our intuitive minds, we have to look at other ways to help people with housing when we're talking about home ownership or talk about paying rent. You know, I look at a lot of houses that are falling apart in especially low-income areas. And I think with the idea of possibly, I think the idea I brought up when I came back from that program in Chicago about land trust. Remember, Mr. Dingfelder? I think the mayor, they went with that. They're going to come make a presentation to the CRA in a couple of months about land trust, because when I was at the county, there are very different ideas with land trust to help out with housing. And looking at nonprofits to handle some of those situations, probably what you're talking about, buying some property and maybe having workforce in it to build that property. Now you can have some rental property, a nonprofit manage or whatever that property. Now you're having another aspect to people to live. Looking at outside the box thinking. When I look at, again, we talk about investors, buying. You know, the city should be an investor, to be honest with you. We have money now. We should be an investor to go out and buy some of these properties that have fallen down, and looking at the roll, the tax roll, and looking at exactly who's behind, who owns these properties, and now the city should be a person going after to be able to get housing for people in communities. just another ideas that I look at all the time when I'm scrolling other cities. And I'm glad that and appreciate that Carol and her team have really taken an aggressive stand to make it fair to allow other people to have a chance at the process. And that's what people cry about sometimes, Mr. Miranda, not getting an opportunity to be a part of the process. And letting the little guy get a chance to eat, Mr. Dingfelder. I think that's what's wonderful about this particular program right here. You were able to give some of those little guys a chance to eat now. And like Mr. Dingfelder said, a couple of houses can mean a lot to a guy who's trying to make it, who can't do 10, but he probably can do 2. And now get that stock built in the state, maybe next time he can do 5. So I'm happy about the program. I'm going to support it today, of course. But again, some more out-of-the-box thinking that we have to look at. How can we help those who are struggling but cannot have the mindset, per se, to be able to handle a house? Because sometimes a house is a big responsibility when the water main breaks in that house, the AC breaks in that house, the roof. A lot of different things, people get frustrated because now they can't handle it because I don't make enough, and they abandon the house. So just some of those things to think about. I think now we have money. I think non-subsidized money to be able to help some of these seniors. Had 3 seniors I think I sent to Keon just the other day, living off of Booker T Drive, who need a roof. Well, they're 70, 75 years old. They have no clue about the program. No clue. So I'm out there because there's illegal dumping right in the middle of the roundabout on Booker T Drive. And, hey, Mr. Orlando, that's you? Yes, ma'am. And first thing I see, 3 houses with seniors over 70 years old, they need roof repair. They need roof repair. But they have no clue about our programs. That's why I say, with the new CRA person supposed to be coming on board October 1st, I believe, should be communicating these programs. Our city communication team somehow should be out there doing something. I keep telling people, everyone's campaigned. We got to knock on doors of some of these people. We have the sanitation workers that are out there, code enforcement. We got to knock on people's doors to say, hey, we have programs here to help you. Because some of these people just don't know to know, so we got to let them know about the programs. But I applaud what we're doing now. We still got a ways to go, but hey, a good effort for the team. So thank you, Carol, Abby, and Keon. Anyone else? All right. Carol, any final departing words before I move these items?
Chair, thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments and support, and just recognizing that we do have a very aggressive goal to achieve number of units, the 10,000 units by 2027. And in doing that, we need to operate at such an enormous scale to achieve that goal. But I appreciate you recognizing that in this case, for example, thinking outside the box, the ability, while it's only 17 units, that's an incremental step for us, but it is an enormous step for those developers and contractors who will get their foot in the door, and we hope then be able to help us move toward that larger goal as we move forward. So I appreciate the support, and really want to recognize Marquez and Keon and the HCD team that did a lot of heavy lifting on this, and legal helped us as well, throw that in as well. Thank you for the support.
Move items 26 through 42.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Dingfelder, let's move it. Mr. Mayor, second. Roll call.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Carlson being absent.
Thank you. Gentlemen, we're getting ready to approach 12. I believe we can get out of here by 12:30 with the items we have.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Well, we can hold Mr. Vieira not talk to you. Let me get it, huh?
I knew you were going to come back with something like that.
That's my guy. That's my guy, though.
He
That's
said
my
he's
guy.
sick. You're hitting him while he's down, you know.
He's been real quiet today, though, hasn't he? That's my guy, though. General motion moved at 12:30. All right.
Somebody.
All right. Mr. Greenfield moved that. Mr. Graham, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Item number 63. Item of the day is 63 with the chief. We have Chief Tripp ready?
And I think, Mr. Chairman, to all staff, in light of our 38-minute rule we just passed, everybody be as brief as possible.
We
Thank
moving.
you.
Morning. All right, Chief, waiting on you.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Didn't know if you can hear me or not.
We can hear you.
But, okay, good morning. This is Chief Tripp, Tip Fire Rescue. Do you want me to give you a COVID update first?
Now, we won't worry about the code. We want to get right into item 63.
Okay, I did send an email to you. So item 63. Do you have any questions? I can answer whatever questions you want. Basically, to give an update on as far as gender, racial equality, anything in specific. Since I've been here, I've made some changes for the department itself. That's going to include some capturing of making sure that we hire individuals within the popularity of the community. But if you have anything in particular.
I think, Chief, the big items that we've been hearing in reference to this item is the women's bathrooms, and also, again, I have questions, but I know in the police department, about the pregnancy, when someone becomes pregnant, what is the process? I hear the one young lady made a comment today about unfair treatment if someone's pregnant, so if you could talk about those items, and we can get a clear understanding of what the public is really talking about, so we can make some changes, adjustments we can.
Okay, so if we talk about item 63 as far as gender and racial equality in the fire department, and as far as the polygraph, we have been in discussion with the chief of staff as well as police department, and we have made some changes to accommodate that. If we want to talk about as far as the women's restroom, we have made accommodation for females to utilize bathrooms within all fire stations. Currently, we do have some older fire stations that are limited with certain resources, but individuals, all females, have the ability to use any restroom within the fire station. Currently, as we continue to build the new fire stations, we do make accommodation where they are labeled. We do have unisex bathrooms. A lot of the stations are over 56 years old. I mean, if you have $3 million or $10 million you want to give me, I'll be more than happy to try to change some of the infrastructure of the existing facilities. But that's one of the issues that we have ran into within some of the fire stations. But basically, I've been here 24 years. I've had a child while employed by the city of Tampa. And of course, the city of Tampa has been gracious enough to allow me to accommodate for the choices that I made as far as becoming a mother with a child, to allow me to continue with the benefits that that I continue with my job, even though I was unable to physically fulfill being a firefighter and not working in a hazardous environment. So as far as discrimination, I've never experienced any, and being a female and also a female of color, I would think I would be one of the targets that would have experienced this, and I can't say that I've experienced that.
Chief, what's the process? If a female is pregnant, what is the process? What is the protocol?
So if a female is currently make the choice to have a child, of course, the city of Tampa, as far as the fire department, wants to protect that individual as well as that unborn child. And we have a currently non-line of duty policy which allow you to continue to receive your benefits while you're carrying your child and even after the birth of your child, to be able to continue to work in a different role, because being a firefighter, you are in a dangerous environment as well as being exposed to a lot of chemicals. So currently, if a female, which we have a couple now, they are put in a temporary assignment to assist the fire department with other areas while they carry their unborn child.
Gentlemen, any question on that subject right there? Because that was a question that we kept hearing. Ms. Dingful, you recognized.
I don't know the frequency or the details, but I think one of the concerns addressed was after the birth of the child, in terms of breastfeeding and nursing or similar activities, and the privacy areas that might be needed for that. So that's question number one. So it's not just a matter of during pregnancy. I think it's post-pregnancy. And then the other question is, did you say $10 million? Was that the words that you used? And
3 to 10.
3 to 10.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So-
Probably shortchanged myself a little bit on that. So
Well-
let's go with like $200 million to redo 56-year-old fire stations.
Yeah, and
200,000.
but I guess council probably needs to see whatever document that has been, developed by our construction people. Have they done a serious analysis and a quote with a consultant to analyze each individual station to say what would it take to add a woman's restroom? I know, when we use the word accommodation, after 30 years, I can recognize a legal word when I hear one, and that's a legal requirement, that we have a duty to accommodate. But I think this goes beyond our legal requirement. I think it's sort of a moral and ethical requirement to make our female firefighters feel very comfortable in that work environment. And it's anecdotally, it sounds to me like we aren't there yet. And just in terms of those fire stations. So has there been a comprehensive study from our construction services and our maintenance folks to say what it would actually take to install an additional bathroom, a private female bathroom in each one of these stations?
So can I say something, Council? First of all, since I've been in this position, you guys are asking a lot of stuff that I don't even know that has been done. But I can tell you throughout the years I've been here, they have made accommodations to facilitate not only the ADA, but as well as female restrooms. We do have female restroom in majority of the stations. So as far as accommodating, we have made many accommodation. I can't exactly tell you which station do not have a woman restroom because we do have an accommodation for all. If you want a specific label with a lot of the gender issues that's going on, it's more of a unisex restroom that's available for all individuals that are assigned to that facility. We have made additional accommodations if someone wants to go in private, whether it's to take a shower or have privacy, those facilities, that resource is there. So if they specify a particular area, I can look into it, but I can't personally sit here and say that, no, we're not accommodating the females and the females are feeling uncomfortable.
Well, I guess since the issue's been raised, and I think we all agree it's an important issue, I'm not asking you to tell us firehouse by firehouse, but what I'm suggesting is come back, in a couple months, with a report from either from your office or frankly, I would dump it over to the, what do they call the maintenance department, the facilities department, and let them give us a matrix that says, here's the 20-something firehouses, and this is the status of each one. And that way, we're not shooting in the dark, and we know what facilities are adequate and which ones perhaps are insufficient. And Barbara, we're not jumping on you on this. We know you've only been in this position for less than a year, and you got a lot on your plate. But I'd say this one, dump off the facilities, and if I make a motion a little later, it'll be directed to facilities and not to you. So.
Okay, so question for you. Are we dealing with 63 or is this an additional item?
Well, that's Mr. Chair, and we don't have a lot of time, but.
We'll obtain the motion at the end. If Mr. Dingell wants to move with that. I just want to get through the nuts and bolts of this particular item because we still got polygraph there. Because the fire department had issues with their processes over there, and I did have a meeting. Have had meetings with the police department how the process is going to change. So I'll go to Mr. Miranda, and then any motions pertaining to those issues we can come back to. Mr. Miranda?
Just very, very quickly, I know we're in time restraint. Many restaurants that I go to, especially the small ones, and many doctor's offices that I go to personally have what the chief just said. They have a signal of a female and a male, and it's used that way. So I don't know I don't know how many fire stations we have or not, and I'm sure we're gonna find out in a short period of time in the future. But most of the places that I go eat, the small ones, you have both male and female with the sign on that you go in, and they're all over the city of Tampa. They're all over District 6, they're all there. So I don't wanna hear, the world is changing, and unisex bathrooms are everywhere that I see. I can name them, but I'm not. And I'm sure all of us, just think where you go and see if you ever see that sign anywhere. That meets the law, I believe, and not, they wouldn't have our restrooms, they would be closed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for Chief Tripp for your hard work. I think that the main issue that we're talking about here today is for our first responders, firefighters, and police officers, that when we say we support our first responders, that means we support all of our first responders. And I know everybody agrees that includes women, first responders, includes LGBT first responders, transgender first responders, regardless of religious faith. For every Joe Greco out there, there's Joe Greco's mom, who was a police officer. And we honor that 110%. There have been a list of concerns that have been given. Chief Tripp, you and I worked earlier this year to see to it that for a period of time, Tampa firefighters could wear a pride shirt for LGBTQ pride, something that I believe, if I'm wrong, hasn't been done before. I don't want to misspeak in that regard. There's a number of things that have been cited, certain things that can work on. The main idea is that, just to continue to see progress on these issues, and I know that you're 110% committed to that. Issues, one that was brought up, I believe, in the list was PTSD, making sure that our firefighters as well as police officers can have access to the best. A few days ago, I had the pleasure of speaking with the late Mr. Patu, a firefighter, I believe, was at Station 20, if memory serves me right, and God bless his memory. There's so much help making a motion in that regard to have a workshop later mid-year next year on that issue. So there's a lot of different things that we can work on. We recognize that number one, you just got here, but number two, if I may say so, in part of my language, you're doing a hell of a job. And we're going to work with you on these issues, I think, together, that we can continue to go forward on these issues, including the bathroom issue. I remember talking to, in the prior administration, on having a plan of 5 or whatever years it is to get 95% of our facilities covered. I don't even believe, I heard this from someone once, that this hall has a proper nursing room for mothers. I've spoken to someone who had to go to a different building when they had a kid. So, this is something that a lot of different entities, departments are going to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'm looking at the item, so I'm just going to kind of pinpoint so the chief can give those, so the public can know we did hit them even in a short period of time. Chief, talk about the uniforms. We talked about the female uniform for the firefighters. Can you elaborate on that? Did we lose it?
Once again, currently we are in a process of doing a wear test trial, and we do have females that are involved in this wear trial with the different turnout gear, firefighting gear to be used. Whenever an individual is hired, female or male, once again, that's kind of like a unisex type gear that's used. And that's where's the measurements. And something else, Council, we have monthly meetings with labor management. And these last 9-10 months that I've been involved, a lot of these issues have not been brought up.
Well, like anything, Chief, I guess they're being brought up now, so that's why we're trying to address them and see what we can do. Not what we can't do, but what we can do. So any questions on the uniform situation, General? The Chief explain. All right. Let's jump into the, we had a big issue in reference to the polygraph. I'm familiar with the polygraph. Familiar how the police department operates. Was not familiar with the fire department until we got a lot of complaints or inquiries in reference to the recruitment and hiring process of both departments and the polygraph. So we can speak to that so the public can know how it's done. I know we made some changes. I did have a meeting with the polygraph examiners and the interim police chief on the new processes that they're going to be doing and putting forth and how that's going to be done. So if we can, whoever's going to speak on the polygraph, what the new process is, what police and fire, and how the recruitment and hiring is going to be changing or looked into.
I'll start and I'll let TPD finish up, but currently from the last situation that took place, I met with TPD and their polygraphers to review the process. We identified a couple of areas that need to be addressed. We addressed those issues, even including pre-screening for the polygraph. When we fill out the application, when the individual fill out the background packet application, that's been modified to identify some of the areas that would lead into them being having to take the polygraph test. Once that individual leaves our office and goes to the polygraph, they will also do a pre-screening, but I'll let TPD elaborate a little bit more on that.
I see Mr. Durkin there. Crystal, Mr. Durkin, those are your two polygraph examiners, gentlemen.
Yes, I'll talk about the polygraph examination once we receive the backgrounds from the background investigators of the fire department. They come to our area and then they complete the polygraph questionnaire with us. Once that polygraph questionnaire is completed, then they will also, we kind of explain the process to them, explain the polygraph instruments, what's going to be used. We also go over the questionnaire with them. Then we explain that they will be given a practice test. They are administered the test, but the test is reviewed prior. Each question is reviewed with them. After the review of the test is administered, and then there's an evaluation of that. And after that, once the evaluation is complete, if there are some issues that we do see, we do discuss those issues with the applicants as well.
Crystal, say your full name. The clerk is wanting to know who you were. She couldn't see you on the screen. It's kind of blurry.
I'm sorry, it's Crystal Sampson, Tampa Police, one of the polygraphers.
Gentlemen, any questions? All right, we've gone through the polygraph, the explanation of the changes that I know the chief had a meeting with everyone, I believe, correct? And of the new changes that are coming and how they will screen, because when I be with a police officer, the process was way different than what they've changed now. Trust me, gentlemen, way different.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there is a saying that we have back in the retail business, and that's forewarned is fair warned. And I believe these polygraphs are giving the people the opportunity to know what's going to be coming to them, and if there is anything that needs to be discussed prior to these polygraphs being taken. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, sir. All right, so the chief is going over the uniforms. We've gone over the polygraph process. Let's talk about the recruitment and selection process. That seems to be an issue out there as well of how candidates are selected, criteria. I know things have changed through the years, so that's been a question people have been asking as well. So police or fire or HR can go first. I think HR, the old way was, gentlemen, that you fill out an application and a test with the personnel first, and then if you pass a test, it went to the police department, and the police department starts it all over the process. So don't know what's changed or not. I know the chief said the TABE test is going away, so if Mr. Swain ain't, if you can give us a process now of both departments or how it's operating.
Thank you, Councilman. Mike Swain, Employment Services Manager in Human Resources. I'll go over the process that occurs before the applications arrive at the department, and then each department will be able to tell you kind of what happens on their side of the fence. So the departments all start this process by initiating a requisition that goes through the approval process through the administration. Once the approved requisition arrives in Human Resources, Employment Services goes through a posting process if we don't have an existing eligibility list. If there's an eligibility list, we would start there and distribute that eligibility list to the department. But in a lot of cases, there's a posting process that will happen with sworn positions. Specifically on the TPD side right now for police officers to keep a constant flow of applications. It's a continuous posting that is up right now for police officers. All applications are submitted via the city's website. No candidate can be considered until they submit an application via the website. There are some support activities that happen in the way of advertising, job fairs, community awareness, and things of that nature on both fronts. And by that I mean there are things that are done through the employment services team, specifically our recruiter, Regina Castillo. She's in the community, she's spreading word. And then TPD has some efforts going on, and also Fire has efforts going on to try and drive applicants to the website to get those applications in. Employment Services screens all of the applications for the basic qualifications as posted in those postings. And if the candidate displays on the application that they meet the qualifications, they have the years of experience that we're asking for, the education that we're asking for, Employment Services will then certify those qualified applicants and send those candidates to the department for further consideration. During that same time frame, Employment Services notifies all candidates of their status. All the candidates that qualify are told that they meet the qualifications, and their applications are being sent to the department for further consideration. Those individuals who do not meet those qualifications and will not be sent to the department, they're also sent a different notification that explains you did not meet the qualifications. They're also told if they have a question about their status, they can reach out to Employment Services and we will answer their questions. And the department is not a part of that process because they didn't meet that first hurdle. Upon receiving the certification list of candidates, each department reviews their list for the best qualified candidates using their established process, which they'll be able to tell you about. There's typically a questionnaire that's sent to all the candidates, and then the applicant returns those to the respective department for the screening. So I'll pause right there and let each department kind of give you a synopsis of what happens when they receive those applicants.
So I can go ahead and start. So once we receive the applicants, we review the applicants, like Mr. Swain said, if certain criteria, especially when it comes to the fire service, that involves the use of tobacco, that's of course is an automatic disqualifier, as well as a couple of other items. And once all of the DQs, I am physically involved in to verify that that is a reason for them to be DQ'd, because once the individual sign up to become a firefighter, they actually acknowledge that they have not used tobacco products within a certain period of time. What I have incorporated to balance out as far as obtaining certain criteria when it comes to minorities, I open my process up more than once a year. That way I'm able to capture a variety of individuals, new recruits, new candidates that fulfill the requirements of what I'm looking for. All candidates are the ones who are qualified. They are interviewed through a panel. It's one panel. They ask them typical questions, and based on how they respond to those questions, as well as their background packet, they're given a score. A certain score depends on what's going to be kind of like the means. The cutoff score is the individuals that will actually report it to the fire chief.
All right, Chief. All right. Police? Who's going to talk for the police department?
Hi, Council. Anna Richardson Griffin. I'm the Major of Support Services Division. As Mike Swain mentioned, once the application comes over to our side, to the city, it's assigned to a background investigator. That background investigator is going to do some preliminary looking of their driver's history, of their criminal history, and then if it's a certified applicant, we're going to check the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for any history they would have there. Once that's done, we're going to actually contact the applicant. We're going to introduce ourselves. The background investigator is going to explain the process, the timing, so they know step by step what's going to happen with the Tampa Police Department. At that point, we're going to let them know that we're sending them a pre-employment questionnaire. It's a lengthy questionnaire that we're going to email to them, and then they have 14 days to get that questionnaire back to us. And it's going to include things, information that won't necessarily be on the application itself that we need for processing their background. Once they get that back to us, and keep in mind that anywhere during this process, an applicant could be disqualified for professional standard violation based on our policies. But once we get that back, we're going to contact them. We're going to set up their interview with the background investigator, their polygraph with our polygraphers, and their fingerprinting all on the same day to try to make it convenient so they don't have to come downtown that often. We're going to actually have them come in. We're going to meet and go over that pre-employment questionnaire in detail with during the interview with their background investigator. They're also at that point going to be going what we call our holdover, which is our training that we're going to have. It's a 6 to 10 week training on site at our 34th Street Academy, where besides the training we get at the police academy, we're going to have our own training in-house. So we're going to go in depth what that involves. We're actually going to show them a DVD or a video of the kind of training they'll be going through, so they're very informed what our policies, procedures, and what steps that they're going through are going to be. At that point, we're going to gather the typical employment documents, driver's license, birth certificate, social security card, and that kind of stuff. They're going to be handed over to the polygraph individuals. They're also going to be fingerprinted that day. Once, as Crystal mentioned, once they pass that polygraph, at that point, that applicant will be given back to the background investigator for a very deep dive then into the rest of the background.
All right, thank you. Well, Jim, like I said, most of you did have a meeting with the chief, police, and the fire chief about the new procedures they're going to be putting in reference to the polygraph. I won't go into those details because some of those are still confidential, how they're going to change some of the parameters of the program, which is a good thing. And also, we talked about, I did, with both chiefs about recruiting efforts. And I don't want to offend anybody, but FAMU is not the only minority institution in Florida. We have several programs here. And also, I told the chief, reference to going outside, and also to look at his next year's budget, to look at putting more money to recruiting so you can go recruit places outside of Florida. We would love to have people here, but a lot of these athletes that aren't going to make it to the NFL or professional baseball, soccer, are good candidates as well to become law enforcement. Also, I talked about we have a Visitor and Tourism Bureau. We should be getting with them, marketing with them, so they can be able to put that on the worldwide, because when they market people, they market all over the world, all over the country, and sometimes they bring people here because they want people to see our city. And sometimes when you have people that look like you or speak like you, it could be a game changer if people want to employ me here because they understand the lingo. So if I have some young minority officers that I know can speak the lingo to certain people to get their minds, to get them influenced, that's a win for us. I've said that many a times. When you send certain people to do certain jobs, I had this conversation. Crystal was there. Eddie was there. We talked about those issues and looking at recruiting at another higher level. And when you look at the Visitor and Tourism Bureau, when they want a convention here, when they want the capitals to come here or somebody to come here, they bring those folks here to look at our place. So that might be another recruiting tool in the memoirs to have them help us out, as well as in those budgets, look at how we can go out other places and take certain officers who can talk the lingo of certain cultures and get them here and get our recruiting numbers up. I keep hearing everybody want to be a police officer. I don't believe that. I talk to people on all occasions who don't have a mindset, but they need people to tell them what it is to be a police officer, what it entails, what it pays, and how you can have certain accomplishments within the community as being a police officer or a firefighter. I'm going to start with there. Any other questions I can let these folks go? Well, folks, we thank you for the information. I think some changes have been made, and hopefully we can get those numbers up. And also, of course, we want better apartments around the world. We got a new fire chief. She's doing a heck of a job with a lot of burdens that were put on her, and I think she's doing a heck of a job, gentlemen, with some of the things she's got to overcome. So we thank you for your time. All right, item 64.
Only got 7 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
I know.
Hi, item 64, good morning, council. This is Osia Nguyen, Administrator of Neighborhood and Community Affairs, here to speak on item 64 on Jose Marti Park. We submitted a memo to outline what the maintenance areas that we're currently taking care of in the park. And I'm just interested in knowing if there's something else that's related to this item that we're not aware of, since we have detailed what we have done and what we're currently doing and what we will continue to do for the maintenance.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just very quickly, Lucia, please. The park itself, the land, is it ours or is it Cuba's?
No, sir. It is not the city of Tampa's. It does belong to the Republic of Cuba.
Wow.
You didn't know I knew that, did you?
Oh, wow.
Huh?
Okay.
Yes, and it was deeded to us by private owners in 1956, and it's a frozen asset. And even though the city of Tampa does not own the park, we still provide the maintenance on it, since it is within our oversight and purview within the city limit.
And I agree with us maintaining it. I tell you what, Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of people, knowing and unknowingly, that I know that have talked to friends of mine that go by the park and they want to see a part of history. And that's part of history. That's all I'm going to say.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize, sir?
Thank you, sir, very much. You know, I mean, I thank you, Ms. Nguyen, for that and for your report. You know, it's funny because I heard that the Cuban government owns the park, but the Cuban people own Jose Marti, and Cuban Americans here in Tampa own Jose Marti. The Cuban, in my opinion, the Cuban government does not own Jose Marti. They may own the park, but not Jose Marti. It's funny. I've been to Cuba very briefly one time. If you go to Cuba, you'll see about as many memorials and statues to Jose Marti as you do to, say, Che Guevara. For example, there's always been a debate on who owns Jose Marti and his legacy. That park is very special to me. I've been going there since I was as far back as I can remember. Jose Marti is very special to me. I've always been proud of the fact that his birthday is 2 days before my son's and 5 days after mine. Jose Marti was the ultimate, for me, the ultimate holistic human being in so many ways. He was a poet, he was a revolutionary, he was a warrior, he was such a great thinker. And also at that park is Antonio Maceo, who is again just such a remarkable figure. But you know, for me, it's so important to have the city continue to do what it does for two reasons. Number one is historical preservation, but number two, value, which is tenants. The Cuban government may own Jose Marti Park, but Cubans and Cuban Americans and all of those in the United States and around the world who love freedom and liberty own Jose Marti because he was a leader for that. So I would like to continue to see the city of Tampa continue with this. And I would actually like to see groups like, it, to the extent it's not done, I don't know, the Mayor's Tampa Hispanic Advisory Council also get involved. I have many, many friends, and I know many, many people who are involved in the upkeep of that park and whatnot, and we should continue with that. And people do that because of what Jose Marti represents to us, to Cuban Americans and to Cubans and people everywhere who love freedom and liberty. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We will continue. We had no intentions of discontinuing the maintenance on it of the park, so that's why we provided the report, but was a little bit perplexed on what was the nature of all of this, what was the source of the inquiry, so that we can ensure that we're addressing all of your concerns.
Any questions, gentlemen?
No, sir, and I apologize to you, sir.
Ms. Nguyen, thank you. Can you hop on item 65 right quick for us? Is that yours too?
I sure can.
Thank you.
Osia Nguyen, Administrative Neighborhood and Community Affairs. So we were asked to provide with you an overview of what the city's doing in terms of opportunities, employment opportunities for individuals in our underserved at-risk communities in Tampa. And what I provided for you is a list of initiatives that we are currently that are currently underway, and I'll just detail that a little bit. One of the first thing that I have before you is through the report is that we've developed several initiatives to connect teens and young adults through workforce and apprenticeship opportunities. On these career pathways, what they do, they allow our unskilled or underskilled individuals to learn trades and tasks so that they can compete and acquire employment opportunities from a varied backgrounds of industries, everything from construction to hospitality to financial technology, the fintech. So we have currently have those workforce initiatives underway. For the individuals who are working or who need the flexibility to look for jobs, what we've done is we've developed the Tampa Works website, and this is a one-stop shop for the career opportunities, career resources, so that people can search for jobs, job opportunities. Next, what we did back in the fall was we had our first inaugural signing day, and this allowed us to connect the companies and businesses in the area with those who are looking for employment or gainfully employment, and by providing on-the-spot hiring opportunities. We had companies such as Suncoast Federal Credit Union, Tampa General Hospital, USF Health, Tampa International Airport, hiring on the spot. And there are other individuals or other companies who provided follow-up interviews, about 20 or 30 individuals with follow-up interviews. And then finally, internally, I think we reported on this before, but we have our DREAM program. That's the Defined Readiness Ensuring Added Momentum. This is a program targeting young adults and teens from 16 to 24 that will allow us to mentor internally with learning skills and practical work experiences, with the idea of when they're done with our internal mentorship, that they will have an opportunity to be better prepared for job opportunities. So these are just a few of the initiatives that we are taking or have implemented to help improve the workforce opportunities within the city of Tampa.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman,
You recognize.
if I may. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Nguyen, as always, for your hard work and your detailed report. I appreciate it. You know, there's a lot of things that the administration is doing right now with regards to job training, employment, et cetera. We're obviously waiting on full implementation for the apprenticeship ordinance that we passed not too darn long ago, which is going to hopefully make a real mark. I'll actually be making a motion on some workforce type issues on a certain segment of the population during motion time. But, you know, what I was looking for was more of a unified funded program. And of course, I'm just a city councilman, so mine is merely a prayer for a unified program for young people to, you know, be put to work in rebuilding and cleaning their communities, taking a look at areas like East Tampa, Sulphur Springs, University area, et cetera, city working with the CRA, et cetera. You know, what I can do at the end is maybe, because that requires money, is maybe make a motion for that to come back to us in May or June of next year before we start looking at the budget or something of that nature. But again, I appreciate your memo, ma'am, and all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
You're welcome. Thank you.
30 minutes, if I may. Second.
Mr. Maniscalco? You're not in agreement, sir? You don't want to get it done?
You sure sound great.
Mr. No night council that we can get it, you know, gentlemen.
Pardon?
Mr. Miranda has asked for number 30, second by Ms. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Let's get it done. Okay, all right. Item 66. Mr. Miranda, I think this is yours, the real estate department.
No, I mean, I'd just
Good.
like to know where we're doing the
Okay.
locations, if we come in, we're close to what we need.
Anybody on the
Real estate
staff? I don't see a
department tells
report on
where we're
that.
at if they're
Okay.
online.
Real estate? Abby, you here on this item, 66?
Maybe the chief.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of City Council. I'm here on behalf of Monica Ammon, our real estate manager, who has been working in coordination with Chief Tripp on this matter. I believe that Chief Tripp will be reporting to you on a consultant that has been hired and is underway in helping in this examination of potential future locations. We are serving in a support role on this. I'm happy, to answer any additional questions you may have, but I will turn it over to Chief Tripp. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Abby. Chief Tripp, Temp Fire Rescue. Pretty much saying I concur with everything she said. We still are having our meetings. Our last meeting was on September 20th, and we're waiting for some additional reports and to review where the resources is needed.
You think by February something be better if we have this discussion in February, Chief?
Yeah, and I guess my question is, yes, sir.
Okay,
I'll
if
leave
I
it
may
at
ask for the council's permission and put it sometime in the calendar in February, if I have a date given to us.
Madam Deputy Clerk, what do we have in February?
Again, Mr. Miranda, that item number is number?
Item 66,
Item 66. February 3rd would be fine with me if possible.
Second.
Motion
Year
by Mr.
2022.
Miranda, February 3rd, 2022, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, item 67.
Good morning, Council. Abby Feely, Director of Development and Growth Management. Item number 67 on your agenda this morning is a report back to you on the quasi-judicial hearings. You may recall that in June, I came to you along with the zoning team about the number of applications that had been coming in, where we were on the number of cases that were getting scheduled. At that time, we had asked council to consider a couple modifications to their schedule in order to allow us to catch up on the backlog of cases, as well as to consider the length of your evening hearings. We went to a 5:01 p.m. start for August, September, and October, and we did promise to report back to you today and let you know kind of how we were doing, what the horizon looked like for the next set of cases that would be coming before you. I did provide a memorandum to you. On the second page of the memorandum, it does give you a small account of the hearings we had, the number of cases that you heard, and the times that you adjourned. Where we are right now for the remainder of the year, there is only one evening hearing in November, and there is one evening hearing in December. We would be asking to continue to utilize the 5:01 p.m. start, and then also extend that for the remainder of this year and then into next year. And then also, one of the other changes you had made was that on the second evening hearing of the month, which had historically been the alcoholic beverage hearing, you had allowed us to put other cases on that hearing in order to catch up. At this time, we'd be asking that you go ahead and return that to the alcoholic beverage evening. But that being said, this would give you the opportunity, much like last month when you had cases that needed continuances and you were looking out several months, this would open up some additional slots on that second hearing of the month if you face that challenge with continuances from the rezoning night. So we're here today to answer any questions and to open up discussion on this matter. I know Kate is on as well, and we can go from there.
Mr. Dingfelder.
I don't know how much discussion there is. I read the memo. I think it's definitely, comprehensive, and as always, Ms. Feely, and And my motion would be to accept staff recommendation as addressed at the conclusion of Ms. Feely's memo.
I have concerns.
Well, I'm not opposed to none of that, Mr. Chairman, if I may. There's a lot of unknown variables.
Yep.
And those variables are that, from what I'm hearing from everyone out on the street that has something to do with zonings or not, is that the time period that you apply now, and if we kick something down the lane, instead of having 10, you got to end up with 15. And some that should have been heard are taking over the slots that some of them are in the process of getting to that date. And I think that's an unfair, because somebody's going to apply and they haven't applied yet, but they're working through the system. It hasn't gotten to that point where it's on the calendar. And we continue to say, well, we're hearing individuals come with a hearing request. They come here, they speak for 30, 40 minutes, and then they ask for, oh, we want a continuance, or we suggest a continuance, one of the two. And to me, then that person ought to wait 5 months to come back to us, not the individuals who are in the system. We have to change that, because we're feeding a system that is taking not personal, private advantages to somebody, but the way it's set up, it's hurting the one that's trying to get in by getting further pushed back themselves, and I don't think that's fair. I don't think anyone does. So I appreciate that we have to do something, and I'm willing to go twice a month on hearings to get rid of all of them that have to be heard. We cannot stop by saying that the city is progressing and having more and more work giving to it, and not giving a Tuesday and a Thursday night for once a month addition, so that we can continue catching the backlog and then go back to the Thursdays. That's just my off-the-record request.
Is that a motion? I'll second it.
Well, no, let me, before you do any motions, Ms. Feely, hold on a second. I have already asked Mr. Shelby to get with all council members in reference to this situation, because we need you, Mr. Shelby, and get with Ms. Feely to come up with a plan. If it's 2 dates, it's 2 dates, so we can get done, because Mr. Miranda is right. I have a problem when people come unprepared or are trying to get something slick slide through this council and then go ask for a continuance, or council tries to be nice with those folks to help them out by giving a continuance. Now we throw everybody else off, and now these folks get a treatment to come right back there soon. They should have to wait. So I think it needs to be another process in place so we can get this thing moving, because it's not stopping, it's continuing. And it ain't going to just stop after January or February. It's going to continue. It's going to continue.
If I can,
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Goods, if I can respond to that, I think that is what we were trying to address by putting the second Thursday back to alcoholic beverage, since we typically average about 3 to 5 alcoholic beverage applications. That would leave 5 open spaces on that night for you to be able to place those continuances to that night and not kick anyone out of the cycle that they're currently on.
But then we run into time, though. Then we run into possible time. Council said we're not going to go late into the night by putting things on a docket that's going to run us into the night. It does us no good to do that. Council members are tired. If we have a double session, we're tired. It does us no good to the public, and the public to me, it's a safety issue that you have people come here, especially women, leaving here late at night. You know, even our staff walking way down to a parking lot, way down the street. So those are my concerns as well, the lateness and the safety of the community and of this council. So I'm just looking for a different answer, because if you're talking about adding, that means that it's extra time, and to me that's past 11 o'clock. You recognize, Mr. Shelby?
Mr. Chairman, just so you know that I've had the opportunity to speak with council members, and there is no consensus. If I read you my list, it would be each one would contradict the previous one. So it's something that really has to be worked out with council, because we can come back with a plan, but in terms of adding a meeting, then there's an objection to adding a meeting. But if you do add a meeting,
it's called a vote.
Yeah,
it's called a vote.
Well, but the thing is, and mind you, you don't have all full council to hear tonight.
Right,
today.
that's correct.
And this doesn't even take into account the review hearings, which are now scheduled for 10:30 in the morning, and change the whole.
Yes.
And years ago, I said we should not sit as a review board. That'll go directly to the courts.
Correct.
Or there's another option, Mr. Miranda, which you're aware of, that you have set with other and certainly Councilmember Citro knows that, having sat as a hearing officer, you have the ability to send it to a hearing officer, and you have processes where that happens as well, and then that's another
I'm gonna
opportunity.
get to you, sir. But I think this is a bigger discussion. I'll hear Mr. Dingfellow talk, but I like to entertain possible motion, have a special meeting in reference to this situation, and that way we, all minds are here, we work it out, and we go with a plan. Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm okay with workshopping the issues. There's a lot of issues, a lot of moving parts. Like I said earlier, when I read the memo, it appears to me, and staff included a matrix summary on the memo of how many cases we've heard and how many cases are continued and that sort of thing. I think staff has offered some good suggestions for going into 2022, and I think we have to take some of that up quickly.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Shelby's agreeing, because, you know, any of these cases that we're now continuing or setting, they need to know if it's 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. So at a minimum, I think we need to address that issue. I am not a big fan of making people go to court, you know, with an appeal of the VRB, or a similar, you know, the ARC or that sort of thing, for a variety of reasons, but I think it becomes an extremely expensive proposition, and burdensome on the constituents who otherwise might have a very simple matter that then turns into a court case. So anyway, I think workshop is appropriate, but I also think for practical purposes, I think we need to approve what Ms. Feely has suggested in her memo today, and if we want to add to that or modify it, we can always do that.
You recognize Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and members of council, I would agree, and Ms. Feely's memo is something that does need to be addressed, and it's a plan that, if council agrees with, is easily done. You've already done that thus far. The only question that I have, council, is you had previously made a motion to not go past 11 o'clock, and I'm just wondering, Ms. Feely, what's the scheduling for the number of cases under this proposal going forward for a regular night?
For the regular night, it would still be the 10 cases. In the matrix, I showed you on several occasions, I mean, we had 12 cases on the agenda, we finished at 10 p.m. We had 8 cases on the agenda one night, we finished at 9:30 p.m. And then we had on 9/23, 13 cases on the agenda. That was actually the night you heard the largest amount of cases at 9 cases, but we were done at 5 minutes till 9. So the 5:01 start time, even with the varying number of cases, has been a productive way to definitely address your concern and have you out well before we didn't go beyond 10 p.m. So that's the first matter that really does need addressing today, as we are getting ready to set the November and December cases. With the holidays in November and December, we only have one, but we are full. We still remain full. So it will be anticipated it will be 10 cases. But as you experience, some of them continue, some of them miss notice, but we would be setting 10.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dingfellow said Mr. Veer had his hand up for a while.
Lewis, was your hand up?
Mr. Moran, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, again, we go to the unknown variables. You may only have 10 cases, but I've been here for a couple of days, and I can tell you another thing.
2 days.
Some 2 or 3 days. And thank you for that, for reminding me. And what it is, that you may have 2 cases out of 10, and each case could be 3 hours. I've had experience where we've had 150 people downstairs in the hallways, out in the street, and we had to go to where? The convention center. And even that one went to about 3 o'clock in the morning. So I've had cases here on alcohol zonings that have lasted 4 hours on one case. Uno, nada más. One only. So these are things, the unknown variables, that we do not know when they're calendared. And I understand that. So the 10 is a number, but that doesn't mean that it's variable or not variable, because we don't know the in-depth amount public participation that we're going to have. And I welcome that, let me say that. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that a number 10 or number 11 or number 12 or number 8 doesn't mean that's a number. But the individual cases themselves is the unknown variable of time that we spend on maybe 1 or 2 cases that would throw the whole thing off. That's a fact.
Well, I think at this particular point in juncture, two things. They have a calendar they need to set these notices out. So I'd be in favor to go ahead and move along right now, but I want a special call workshop as soon as possible to address the other issues of an extra day, or we need a zoning master, or let them go down wherever to do those hearings, what have you, and let council decide. The city's getting busier. It ain't slowing down. It's getting busy. And again, I know council members have a lot of things, but it may come down to 2 days. I don't know, but those things need to be discussed. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion, if there are no other questions, for the first portion, Ms. Feely, and then I'd like someone to entertain a motion in reference to a special call workshop as soon as we can get one on the calendar.
I'll make that motion with specifics on the workshop. When do you want the workshop?
Do you want to take up Ms. Feely's matter first or not? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
What do you want to take? Because I think...
Madam
sorry.
Clerk, look up the soonest date we can get a special call workshop.
Well, council, I have the calendar in front of me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
In October, we have Monday, October 18th, Tuesday, October 19th, or Monday, October 25th. Otherwise, we go into...
18th or the 25th, gentlemen?
Monday is what you're asking for?
The 25th, I can't be here.
18th? 18th is good, everybody?
Do you
That's
want
fine with
Calendars,
me.
18th?
I'd have to get that notice out by Monday, council, so if you have to check your calendars, maybe that's too soon. I don't know whether you want to do that.
What time are you talking?
That's a good question.
10
Yeah, morning.
or 1?
It doesn't matter.
Morning or afternoon? Either
One's
way,
better.
either way the
One's better.
chambers
I
are
cannot
available.
do 1, I can do 1:30.
1:30?
Which day?
That's, I'm sorry, on the 18th, and that's, I'm just speaking for myself.
18th, that's that Monday. It doesn't matter. I'm good all day
Mr.
that day, so-
Vieira, I don't know whether that's okay
Mr.
with you.
Vieira,
And
we-
and I certainly don't know about Mr. Carlson.
And Councilman Bill Carlson's whole is a separate issue there with his calendar. I guess maybe you can call him Mr. Shelby. But the October 18th is surprisingly open.
Mr.
At
Constituent,
1:30?
morning better, or you prefer afternoon, sir?
Again, I just have my briefings with city staff in the morning on that Monday, but I'm sure I can change that with city staff.
All right,
As
what
long as
what
I'm
about 10
finished.
a.m.? 10 a.m.?
10 a.m. is
Mr.
fine.
Dingfelder, 10 a.m. on 18th?
Sure.
All right, the motion entertained for,
Special call workshop?
okay, Mr. Moran has moved it, workshop, October 18th, 10 a.m. Second from anyone?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Before you take the vote, just a reminder, council, is it council's pleasure that it's going to be with staff, to be able to have staff present to answer any questions, but with regard to public comment,
That's fine.
do you want to have public comment, or do you want to just have it?
Sure, it's
Just set it up.
set it up, especially, it's gonna be,
Okay.
it's gonna be pertaining to the public, Mr. Shelby.
Yes. I just
Yeah,
want to make
that's
sure
fine.
that, I want to make sure my
All right,
notice is
Mr.
complete.
Moran has made the motion.
Thank
Second?
you.
Second, anyone? Second, Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Shelby needs to hear you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, let's entertain Ms. Feely so we can get out of here on item 67.
Did he include Ms. Feely's issues?
Her item.
Yeah,
item
that's her
67.
item.
Did Miranda include Ms.
No,
Feely's?
he didn't include, he didn't.
Okay, I'll make a motion to incorporate and adopt the suggestions of Ms. Feely's memorandum
All right, Mr.
related to scheduling and quasi-judicial matters.
Through calendar year 2022?
You know what? Why don't we be a little more tentative and say through June of 2022?
June?
Well, yeah, just.
Oh, well, therefore, we're gonna have the special workshop.
All right, you want to be a little shorter, but we still need to go into 2022 a little bit. We'll say March of
Well, actually, council, you just have to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you have to remember that it's at least 6 to 8 weeks in advance. So you're really, when you say June, you're really thinking March
All right, well,
or May,
no,
May,
what I'm
April?
saying is
In other words, the staff has to get direction well in advance of what you're going to do
All right,
before they
For
schedule.
now, considering we just set this workshop, I appreciate the chairman saying that. Let's just say through the end of March of 2022. And then when we go to the workshop, if we come up with something different, we'll come up with something different.
Right. That's good. Ms. Dingfelder has moved it. Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, last item of the day, Mr. Shelby, 69, and Chief Bennett.
Yes, is
Yeah,
Chief
just-
Bennett on the
just-
line?
Just before we get started, gentlemen, I had a conversation with Mr. Bennett and Mr. Shelby in reference to this item. And before he even gets into it, I suggested that we stick with what we're doing until January. That way we can know what COVID is, we can know the process, what the budget is, and then we can move forward after that if any changes. But I think for us to stay to.
I agree with that because COVID is up and down and it changes every week, every day, really.
Mr. Bennett?
Good afternoon, Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. I've consulted with the three major departments, including discussing this at our executive briefing, and all departments are in favor of supporting carrying the CMT program through the end of the calendar year, and then we can adjust accordingly based on the needs of council and the public.
That's reasonable.
All right. Do you need a motion, Mr. Shelby?
Yes, Mr. Dingfelder, I think a motion would be in order through January. But I would also ask that this issue be resolved, if we're not going to resolve it today, resolve it at that special call workshop. Because, and as I talked with Mr. Bennett this week, going forward, there are going to be, if it's going to be permanent, we're going to need the rules to be permanently changed, and we're also going to need to be able to staff and provide facilities and equipment to make it permanent if that's council's pleasure down the road.
We can discuss it. I mean, it's going to be held up to January anyway, but if you want to discuss it at the workshop, I mean.
But if it's ultimately going to be council's pleasure to keep CMT permanently, if the decision is available to be made, if that's council's pleasure, then certainly it gives the administration the opportunity to prepare for it. If that's ultimately council's pleasure, but that's something that needs to be discussed. Because the concern that I have, council, is we keep getting emails about it, and kicking that can down the road puts the public, it doesn't put the matter to bed for the public one way or the other. They're always in fear or concern, not fear.
I'm not too concerned about the emails right now. I'm concerned about the safety of this council and the safety.
Oh, no, I'm not
of
talking about
citizens.
that's two separate issues, council. Two separate issues. Number one is whether we keep remote participation an option permanently. The second option is totally separate, and that's whether to come back into the third floor.
I mean, Mr. Shelby, I don't think we need to take that up on that particular day unless other councilmen want to, but I think that day is going to be filled with what we need to talk about, reference to zoning hearings and so forth. And if we're kicking it down the road, saying we're going to keep it implemented until January, I think we meet in January in reference to what we're going to do. I don't think we need to. That's just my opinion. Other councilmen have to chime in what they feel, but.
If I can also share one other thing, Mr. Chairman. There have also been suggestions, and council will certainly have the opportunity time to say this publicly. There have also been other than rezonings and other than hearings, there have been other suggestions made to streamline the agenda, particularly relative to, for instance, setting another day exclusively once a month for commendations other than the three unions, and limiting how many commendations per council member show up on that, that particular commendation day. So
who made that suggestion? I haven't heard. Who made that?
If I may I, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, you can.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I did a private memo to Marty, which I can make public. It's not secretive or anything like that, where I made a few suggestions, including off the top of my head. Maybe in lieu of looking at a new meeting, having once a month where we meet briefly for commendations, just a suggestion, limiting the number of commendations that each council member can do a month. That's dear to people like me, by the way. Limiting maybe the number of staff reports that are heard per council meeting, including limiting the amount that each member can motion for each meeting. among other things, that could incrementally make reductions.
I respect all your comments, Councilman Vieira, but I think some of the things you described, sometimes we can't control sometimes, because sometimes things do come up, and sometimes, so I would say we can look at them, but right now, I don't know if we need to go that route just as yet, but they can all be looked in, we come at the round table and discuss them. Mr. Dingfeldt, let's jump.
Go, Mr. Dingfeld's hand was up first.
Okay. One of the things that jumped out at me, Louis, that you mentioned was sort of a ceremonial day. If we did it once a month, maybe we could include the officer and firefighter and ATU commendations, as well as our own, commendations. And of course, we've got the neighborhood commendations coming up as well. But I think if we had a ceremonial day once a month, it would help us out on our regular meetings. It's right now we're spending, sometimes an hour before we even get going, and then that pushes us into an afternoon, and then if we have a night meeting, and it just all becomes exacerbated.
That might work.
So Mr. Vieira, the first thing out of your mouth, I really support, and I've thought about it for a while, is a ceremonial day, and it doesn't take away from the opportunity for people to be celebrated on our cable television and in front of us in the community, but it just creates a separate day to do it.
Mr. Chairman, that could be taken up at the workshop too, if that's council's
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to respond and say that I'm very supportive of that concept.
That's what the workshop's for, gentlemen. Chief Bennett, you got anything else to add, sir?
No, sir, just standing by.
Mr. Shelby, I'm sorry, Joe.
Go ahead and finish up, Councilman
Yeah,
Dingfelder.
well, no, I'll wait till after you, because Mr. Shelby suggested we need a motion. We need a motion.
1 o'clock, so.
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion to go to 1:15.
No.
There you go.
Yeah,
May I ask?
We got one
Chief
item.
Bennett, just a very simple question. Chief, you're on top of everything. How many other boards or magistrate meetings have people up here on the third floor? I understand, before you get, I understand Variance Review Board and Code Enforcement have other people up here on the third floor.
Yeah, the feedback that I'm familiar with, Councilman Citro, is that, due to size and scale and scope, that most of them seem to operate on the third floor. Clearly a much different situation than the ebb and flow of council interaction.
Without a doubt, but they don't let all the people giving evidence up on the third floor at one time. It's done incrementally, correct?
It's my understanding that there is kind of an ambassador side to the equation where they navigate the public and staff in and out. Again, I feel like we have some sort of a rhythm, and to Councilman Miranda's point earlier about the good news is that COVID seems to be on the decline. Our policies seem to be holding well for the line level and management and, of course, council interaction. So, again, my recommendation is we sustain what we're doing until January for all the reasons we know. But yes, to answer your question, I do think there is mostly engagement on the third floor of the other hearings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chief, let me ask this question here. I mean, I thought we had a standard, so now everyone's doing their own thing? I thought it was a standard, it was the protocol set by this council, how we would operate, so each of these boards are operating in an independent fashion?
Well, I would defer that to legal, Chairman, because it's my understanding that the board can operate as they need to.
And I understand that, there are other boards, but this is council's chamber, so I thought that, so can legal answer that question?
I can preface it by saying a couple of things, Council. From the time you left the convention center till the time you came back to these chambers, my understanding is the lower boards also used the Tampa Convention Center, and when they came back, they had a different kind of setup that allows people on the third floor. But just please also do keep in mind that there is a disinfectant schedule for this particular third floor as well, that the protocol, from my understanding, is still being followed to make sure that this room is properly disinfected.
Ms. Elvin or Mr. Master?
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, I guess the way to answer that is that each of these boards has worked with the administration and with facilities management to conduct their meetings in the way they thought would be the most productive and the most safe. And my understanding is that all of them, code enforcement, all the variance review board, the architectural review, the historic boards, have a process whereby they have a waiting area and they bring people in small groups as each case is heard. So in other words, the chambers aren't all full at one time. It's limited capacity, but yes, they do have in-person appearances rather than keeping people on the second floor or using CMT.
All right, well, I respect that, but my other side tells me that we are the city council, and we operate totally different than those other boards, and we have a higher responsibility, which all those boards have responsibilities, but make sure that all council members are here, safe to run the city. So we'll just take that under advisement, but we've already motioned to keep it till January, and then from there, we'll see what we'll do at the special workshop to address those issues. So the public's concerned why we're not doing what they're doing. That's why I asked those questions. Why is everybody different? So we found out why everybody's different, because everybody's doing it the way they want to do it. But right now, January, we'll keep it the way we are. We'll discuss opening back up at the workshop then. So thank you.
May I ask, was that done in the form of a motion, Madam Clerk?
I thought it was. Was it? Well, Mr. Miranda?
I make the motion that we send it January the way we are.
Mr. Miranda's made the motion. Mr. Miranda's got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Are we going to keep this motion that's currently on the agenda, or are we going to revise it? Are we just continuing this item?
I would suggest you change the form of the motion, because the motion right now is, how it appears on the agenda was from previous times.
69, we already said we're continuing what we're going to do, right? That's what's our motion, right?
Basically, it's my suggestion would be to frame it as an update on procedures relative to council chambers and the use of CMT, or something to that effect.
Mr. Miranda, can you rephrase?
Mr. Chairman, this is all related to the code, and yeah, one day it's coming down, the next day it's going up. It's like a seesaw, up and down, up and down. So in other words, to keep the public safety and all that's required, not only for our own employees, but for the people who come in for the hearings, that we continue this till January 1st. Or 29th of December, I should say, whatever the last day of December is, the year 2021, and we'll make the decision, the first meeting in 2022, what happens therefore after.
Yes, Mr. Shelby.
Just would ask, maybe we just continue it to the next date that you set in January. I believe that's what the Chief of Staff had recommended.
Well, then we go with that, because I think we're on the break until after January 1st sometime, am I correct?
Well, the first meeting, you come back in January, is January 13th.
Then January 13th is the day that we should make that recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right. I'm looking at this situation here. Mr. Shelby, did we miss? I'm looking at 60 and 61. Wasn't it not heard, right? Correct?
Two set of.
There are three items, Mr. Chairman, and there's actually, frankly, a fourth, because there's new business that is something that's been previously filed that was given insufficient time for somebody to file notice. It comes down to that issue again of review hearings. Does council want to have 10:30 a.m. review hearings now, you could put these items off. Is that appropriate to put this item off, Madam Clerk, to continue these subjects until after that workshop and bring it back on the agenda after that workshop, or you need to know now?
We need to know now.
Why not put them into those alcoholic beverage nights?
There's so many different options you can do.
No. That's the option I'm suggesting.
Oh, okay.
I'm not opposed to that, Mr. Dingfelder.
Yeah, because it's a hearing, it's not great to have them in the morning.
Yeah.
because we have so much else to do, but
I'm not opposed to that. In fact, I think it's a good suggestion. Not that I'm not going to
So
disagree with you.
we want to put these three right now until
Well,
four.
let's see there are no alcoholic beverages in, November and December, from what I understand, so then I guess this would be in January. Does staff have a position, Ms. Feely, with regard to this?
Council Abby Feely, Director of Development and Growth Management. That is correct. There is no second hearing in December, November or December. So the next available hearing would be, I believe, January 20th, if I could confirm that with the clerk.
is that
I believe, the alcoholic
January
night,
27th.
27th. I'm sorry. First and third, you meet in the morning, third, and second and fourth, you meet at night. So January 27th.
is that an alcohol night? Alcohol
That would be
night?
an alcohol evening, yes.
Okay. So I'd like to move.
And the alcohol cases for that cycle wouldn't have gotten filed yet, so I can't tell you how many will be there yet. But as I mentioned earlier, roughly average 3 to 5. So the review hearings could be placed on the agenda after those alcohol hearings. And you would still be beginning at 5:01 p.m.
Okay, so if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll move items 50.
Madam Clerk has a question.
I have a quick question. We limit the amount of review hearings per regular session to 2. Do we want to do that for the alcoholic beverages, being that sometimes the review hearings are lengthy? Do we want to schedule 2 for January 27th
Two
and the
per
other
month.
2 for February 24th?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, wait. Hold on one second. Sorry, council. You do have your comp plan amendments that night on the January 27th.
Are they park comp plan amendments, or are they real?
There are 5 total comp plan amendments. One was the continued one from the other evening.
That was number 5.
And then 4 are new.
But are they those park cases that really don't take much?
I would have to check on that and confirm that for you. I don't have that information in front of me.
my understanding is, I can't say, but I think they're winding down. They're completing their tasks.
Can we carry over this decision until the workshop on the 18th?
The clerk says no.
Clerk says no. Abby said yes.
We have a conflict.
The clerk
Well,
is saying
I
no.
mean,
We'll go with the
it
clerk.
says that-
Can all of these items to be be moved as continued, or to bring them back on the next regular meeting to be able to determine, to set the date, Madam Clerk, or not? It
So are
has-
you asking that these items be continued to be scheduled to the next regular session, which is October 21st?
Yes.
And
we
by
def-
then, we'll just have a quick answer to that.
Can we defer this decision?
Yes, because that will give the applicants an opportunity to provide notice by January, so it still should give them enough time.
Okay.
Abby's hands up.
Yes, Abby?
I just want to make a statement on that. Since those applicants did not perfect notice today, that wouldn't be a continuance of these cases. They would in fact have to renotice either way. So, they're not in a position to be heard today. And since you wouldn't be continuing them, they would be required to provide new public notice. So I think that even if you remove them from your agenda today and then inform the applicant of when they would be heard, they would still need to be providing public notice either direction you took today. So I think that first direction where you said, could you make a decision and then, inform the applicant once you had your special call workshop, I do think that would still be a viable opportunity for you as
Celine made the
well.
motion for us.
What the question
All
is.
right, so let's,
Celine, what's your suggestion?
let's finalize.
We could
item
just place
50.
the items on October 21st to be scheduled to a future date.
Yes.
Right,
Yeah,
I agree
yes.
with you.
All right, that's fine. I was gonna actually put the items.
Second, Mr. Dickfeld is
Ms.
fine.
Amos, Mr. Miranda, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sinling's
All right.
motion.
We got that out of the way, gentlemen.
People have seen how sausage is made.
Any new business from anybody? Ms. Besko.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion. Let's see here. In regards to what Ms. Sanchez mentioned this morning regarding denials by by the city, and then the certain developer, unnamed developer, was then getting approvals. She had mentioned the alleys being cleared and whatnot. I just want to get clarification on that. We have an email sent by her that goes into further detail, specific cases and whatnot, and what happened, decisions that were made and then overturned. If we could just get a report from somebody in that department on November 4th under staff reports.
Second, and Mr.
Motion.
Maniscalco, if I could add, so there's more specificity, because she mentions 3 addresses.
Okay.
I won't mention the developer, but I'll put the addresses on the record so staff can focus.
Okay.
2428 West Carmen, 2508 West Carmen, 2509 West North B.
Yes, those are the ones. Thank you.
Mr. Shelby.
And just for the record, I did provide that letter to the clerk for the clerk's file, and that letter was requested by the legal department, and I have forwarded to them.
All right. Mr. Maniscalco made a motion. Mr. Dingfellow, you made an add-on to that motion.
Second.
You second. All right, Ms. He's accepted it. Second by Mr. Dingfellow. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir? Mr. Citro.
No, nothing today.
Mr. Dingfellow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So legal and planning staff are working on the issue of notice, along with the community and FAN and that sort of thing, and tweaking up our notice provisions, perhaps expanding the scope of our notice provisions, et cetera. I'm not sure when that's coming back. If there's anybody on staff who knows that date, that would be helpful. But what I'd like to do is add the question that was raised by Ms. Sanchez and FAN and other folks in the community about design exceptions. Because clearly, you know, we know that rezonings are noticed and posted and all that, but apparently design exceptions do not receive the same type of notice. So I would just like staff to include the issue of design exceptions when they do their analysis and their report that's upcoming. And I wish I had the date. Do you know the date, Mr. Shelby?
I know the date that's been recommended. The date that's been recommended is to add it to the February workshop on February 24th, because that is land development specific for the most part, and they have mentioned that. Ms. Feely's on the line. Is that correct, Ms. Feely? Did I get that date right?
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mr. Shelby. Yes, so right now you have a substantial number of items on your October 28th workshop and had already moved several of them. So we had processed or in the process of putting together a memorandum to ask to move several to February 24th, because you do not have workshops in November or December, and your first one back in January has some items on it. So we were sending you a memo. It's in process of being finalized, hate to speak out of turn, to go ahead and move several land development, planning and growth management items to that February workshop, and to really give you the opportunity for items such as today to dedicate that workshop to those types of items, so that anything that comes up in between now and then, we would target that date, and that allows staff the opportunity to go ahead and be ready to report back to you on that date, to not have these things moving all over the place for you, and to have a comprehensive discussion at that time.
And you said February 22nd? 24th?
February 24th.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Chairman, modify my motion slightly to request that staff at the February 24th workshop include the issue of, and prepare for in advance, and include the issue of a discussion and possible suggestions as related to design exception, notice, and postings.
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Shelby, your record.
Yes, well, Ms.
And Ms. Feely, in regard to the rest of your items, you're bringing those back to us at another date to schedule for the 24th?
That memo is being finalized. Those items are currently sitting on the 28th, and we did identify those. That's the local access, the height and mass, and then I believe the discussion on public notice with the amendment that had come in potentially from South of Gandy, Ms. Pointer and Ms. Bennett. Those three would be moved to the 24th as well. LaShawn had reached out to Carol Ann and Stephanie, and they were okay with moving it to that. And the memo does describe all of that. Again, I apologize for jumping ahead of the wagon on that one, but given that this discussion had gone that way this morning, I thought it would be right to tell you that that was our intention as well, to go ahead and set that date for you all to have those discussions.
It's probably appropriate for us just to wait for that memo.
Mr. Shelby, you're right.
Well, if, Ms. Feely, if I can, a question. On September 28th, council received a memo from Randy Goers regarding requesting time on the October 28th workshop for a presentation and report on the status of growth management and planning activities identified in the December 3rd, 2020 City Council Growth Management Workshop related to the City Vision and Tampa Plan and the Neighborhood Commercial District Planning Program. Does the department still want that to be scheduled for October 28th?
Yes, Mr. Goers had asked that because he's in the process of preparing for retirement. And that is in fact why I moved my items to allow him that time to give you those reports, because he would not be available at your workshop in January or February. So I did want to team up with him, ask that we move those other items so he could report to you on the critical matters he needed to prior to his retirement.
Is there a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman, at this time, Madam Clerk?
No.
May I ask that council then make that motion to set that workshop for October 28th, 2021, pursuant to Randy Goers' motion of September 28th, 2021, which I'm going to provide to the clerk?
To add that to the list of the workshop?
On October 28th.
So
Based on the new discovery, we should set that for the 28th, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Miranda, second by Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Anything else, sir?
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Mr. Dingfelder?
I'm sorry. So Ms. Vidovic brought up some issues, and I'm not going to ask for reports on all of them at this time. But the one we did focus on in regard to bathrooms, and I'm not going to put this on the chief's shoulders. I think it's really a facilities question, but I would ask that the facilities department, working in conjunction with the fire department, give us a report on the status of bathrooms in all the firehouses, and come back to us, let's say, I don't know, February I think would be fine. What's a meeting in February, regular meeting in February?
Question is, did you want to have a written report prior to that?
No, they can provide a written report at our February meeting, and we'll put it on staff reports.
Okay, what date is that? You wanted the 3rd of
February
February?
February 3rd.
Mr. Dingfelder, February 3rd.
And a real comprehensive report about not only the existing restroom situation, whether or not it's men's, women's, unisex, what have you, showers, captains' restrooms, really a comprehensive report station by station. And that's why I'm giving them, or council would give them 90 days to do that. But also, what the constraints are and approximate prices of mitigating and remediating any deficiencies that we have.
Second.
All right, motion, Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I've just been informed, I'm not going to be on the 18th, I'm at Tampa Bay Water, but that's fine. I can handle both of them.
All right.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir. You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, a couple of motions. I motion, and I've mentioned this, and it kind of builds on what Councilman Dingfelder is talking about, that at our March workshop, we have a workshop on the tools and programs that Tampa Fire Rescue and Tampa Police Department have available when it comes to PTSD. I'm also going to speak to the family of the late Steve Ledoux on coming and speaking as well, just to have a discussion on that issue. That's one of the issues that's cited, and I'd love to have a discussion on that really difficult issue.
We're having a little trouble hearing you, Mr. Vieira. Was that a motion?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Second.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Repeat it?
Yes, she couldn't hear you.
The tight motion.
Yep. I didn't type it. I motioned that at the March 2022 workshop, we have a workshop on PTSD-related assistance and programs that are available to members of Tampa Police Department and Tampa Fire Rescue.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. And just really briefly, if I may, a motion for a commendation to be presented to McDonald Training Center at their upcoming event in November.
All right. Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And then lastly, if I may, I motion for the legal department and/or infrastructure to report, and I've already spoken with them on this, to report on the creation of a second chance ordinance for the February 17th regular session, and that this report includes the following elements. Encouraging contractors through the point system to utilize humane policies throughout the hiring process, and a partnership with the city and the county on a pilot apprenticeship program for returning citizens.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
And as part of that, I should have said this, I'm sorry, I'm sick. I'm also working with other community partners on the public-private partnership on the Fisher Aid Brown Ministries, the Chamber of Commerce, the JCC Federation, and the Florida Rights Restoration. I would ask that they come for a 5-minute presentation also on that day to talk about these community initiatives for returning citizens.
You want all 5 of those groups to come?
Well, 1 or 2 of them will come, but representing the city.
That's gonna take more than 5 minutes, Mr. Vieira.
Yep, second.
How about let's do 10? I'll do 10. It won't take more than 10.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco, let's move it.
What date again was that, please?
February 17th.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
That's it.
Mr. Miranda?
No, sir, I don't have any at all. If I did, I'd hold them till the end of my term.
Move to go to 1:30.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Shelby.
You were right.
Yeah, council, there is that issue relative to, I've been informed by the clerk, SU 1-21-31-C, I believe was previously scheduled by council on its, I don't recall which agenda it was the last agenda, Madam Clerk? And it was scheduled for November 4th at 10:30 a.m. That doesn't allow sufficient time for notice to get out. So can this be held, however the clerk is going to characterize it, along with 58, 60, and 61 today to be able to discuss after the workshop and set after the workshop?
So schedule it for October 21st, to be scheduled.
To be scheduled on October 21st, but not for that date. Because we're going to have to reschedule it, but we're not prepared to do it, just like we're not prepared to do it for those other 3.
Okay.
Okay.
John, make the motion.
So you want me to modify the earlier motion?
Well, actually, to rescind the earlier motion and continue the scheduling of this item to October 21st.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Dingfeld has moved. Mr. Maniscalco second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, quickly, gentlemen. Mark Wolfall is retiring, leaving the city. I'd like to make a commendation for Mr. Wolfall for October 28th, 9 a.m. on the ceremonies.
Second.
Oh, there's motion and second by Mr. Chairman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Last one, I don't know if you know Coach Adrian Johnson, Tampa Bay Tech, county winning basketball for a long, long time. He is also retiring. Our presentation to him at October 29th, his retirement event.
So moved by Mr. Chairman, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Motion receiving.
Opposed? No. Motion
Got it?
carries.
Motion carried. Motion receiving 5.
So moved.
Mr. Miranda, Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Cinder, you were right.
After my baby quit